Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our virtual meeting event entitled Recognizing the Women and Girls in Philippine Astronomy. This event, organized by the Philippine Atmospheric, Geophysical and Astronomical Services Administration in partnership with the National Outreach Coordinator for the Philippines, is happening today, March 8, 2022, as we celebrate the International Women's Day. Allow me to greet all the incredible women out there. A happy Women's Day. Shine on, not just today, but every day. Today, let us explore the role of Filipinas in advancing science and encourage girls to consider careers in astronomy. With this being said, we would like to welcome the teachers, students, organizations, and our colleagues from PhilSA that are present here today. We are also live right now on the official Facebook page of PhilSA and the IAU Office for Astronomy Outreach, so a huge shout out to our viewers there. Welcome, and we hope you will stay with us until the end of today's program. So now, without further ado, let us start our event with a short prayer. To formally begin our program, we are glad to have Dr. Esperanza O. Cayanan, PhilSA's Deputy Administrator for Research and Development, for her opening remarks.
Maraming salamat, Julian, and good morning, everyone. Isang magandang umaga sa lahat, lalo na sa ating mga pinagpipitaganan na mga panauhing magsasalita ngayong umaga hanggang ngayong hapon. Happy Women's Day and Happy Women's Month. So it is my pleasure to welcome all our invited resource speakers and participants, both here in Zoom and also in Facebook Live, on the official Facebook of PhilSA and the International Astronomical Union Office of Astronomy Outreach. To this virtual meeting, which is entitled Recognizing Women and Girls in the Philippine Astronomy. This meeting is in line with the celebration of the Women and Girls in Astronomy, a global project organized by the International Astronomical Union Office of the Astronomy Outreach, or IAU-OAO. This is to recognize the roles and contributions of women in advancing science and encourage girls to consider careers in this field. This celebration covers 2 international days adopted by the United Nations, including the International Day of Women and Girls in Science, and on 11 February, and International Women's Day on March 8. The national outreach coordinators all over the globe hosted various virtual and in-person activities from February 11 to March 8. Today, we will get a chance to listen to the inspirational stories from our invited girls, namely Miss Alrestia Micaela D. Gabriana, a Philippine Science High School CAR campus student, Miss Angeline Kilang, President of Bedan Society of Young Astronomers, Miss Francine Oren Fabricante, a Philippine Science High School main campus student, and also a finalist of the Breakthrough Junior Challenge. And of course, we have Miss Alpha Jen Pajo, BS Astronomy student and the winner of the first Pag-asa Astroblog contest on their motivations, role models, and inspiration in pursuing their love and passion for astronomy. These girls are making and establishing their names in the fields of space science and astronomy. Of course, we also invited Filipinas, namely Miss Mariel Eduardo, Research Assistant, Academia Sinica in Taiwan, Miss Christine J. Atienza, Executive Secretary of the Space Generation Advisory Council, our very own former Research and Development and Training Division Chief, and an individual IAU member, Dr. Cynthia P. Celebre, Dr. IVF Solano, STEM teacher at Padala National High School, Dr. Jelly Grace B. Nonesa, an physicist and the principal investigator at the University of Southern Mindanao. And lastly, Dr. Gwendolyn Pasqua, Senior Research Associate, Operations Lead and Ground Controller of Biotest, Switzerland. These Filipinas play significant roles and contributions in the advancement of Philippine astronomy. I would like to express my utmost gratitude to all our invited speakers for being with us today and sparing us their precious time to share their knowledge, personal experiences, and story. Your stories will surely inspire anyone participants. I wish you support in the future events organized by Pag-asa, and we wish astronomy to be more inclusive and accessible to Filipinos in the future. Thank you very much, and we are hoping for an enjoyable morning and afternoon. Muli, maraming salamat at Happy Women's Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kayanan, for that wonderful Happy Women's Day po, Doc ST. Just a few reminders for everyone. The participants will have the opportunity to submit text questions to our presenter by typing the questions in the Zoom chat box. You may send in your questions anytime during the presentation. You'll also have the opportunity to ask your questions directly to our speakers later. Just raise your hand and state your name and questions once we open the Q&A session. Lastly, we will be providing a certificate of attendance to those who will stay with us until the end of the program. We will also be sending the link to the survey on the presentation, and we would appreciate it if you will complete that and provide your feedback. So, are you guys excited to meet the women and first speaker this morning? She is currently a 14-year-old student of the Philippine Science High School, Cordillera Administrative Region Campus. She's also the first Filipino child to join Mensa Philippines, the local chapter of Mensa International, a United Kingdom-based organization of people who belong to the top 2% of the world population in terms of IQ at the age of 5 years old. Along with her other interests like gymnastics and Game of the Generals, she also grew up with the interest in astronomy. Not only that, she loves cats too. Without keeping you waiting any longer, let us all welcome the Wonder Girl, Miss Alrisha Micaela Di Gabriana.
My name is Alrisha. It's the name of a star, Alpha Piscium. I grew up in an environment exposed to astronomy. When I was a few months old, I was just playing around, and the first rock that I touched was a meteorite. It's part of my parents' collection. It's a piece of the Canyon Diablo meteorite from the Arizona meteor crater. It's because of my parents' job that they have a collection like that. My parents would travel to my My parents would travel to different places and give lectures on many different astronomy topics. So, and I would often tag along and join them to their in their different travels. So I ended up going to different places throughout the Philippines, like Isabela or in the Visayas. And thanks to their jobs, they also have some connections to different people within astronomy and other related fields of science. So some of my ninongs and ninangs came from groups like UP Astrosoc, or were just UP graduates or PSI graduates, who are all now like different scientists in different fields. Um, but I stopped joining their lectures when I started going to school. But I was still pretty exposed to astronomy even after that. Even after I started going to school, I had this object called the green laser pointer, and I would point at the sky and learn about like the different stars and the constellations. Um, and so I had fun learning all about those. I also learned about like how to use like or the Saturn or other planets and stars. And I've also seen like the Andromeda galaxy through the telescope. I also, and thanks to my interest in astronomy, I also became interested in similar fields such as math. Uh, my classmates teased me that instead of learning nursery rhymes when I was little, uh, or other things that usually kids learn, I was learning algebra instead. um, I also at some point I also learned programming. I know some Java, Python, and I was pretty comfortable with technology. I knew how to use Linux because that was what my parents used, so that's what I ended up learning how to use. And I, I would also learn some things in statistics, like tests of significance and stuff. And all of this, like eventually, I developed an interest in astrophysics. So I was reading about things like relativity or quantum theory, or one of my favorite topics, escape velocity. And after learning all of these stuff, it's at this point where I started to become interested in doing research. I realized that I was pretty good at math, and that would be and statistics, which would be pretty important in doing researches. So, which is why for my science project in school, I decided to work on a topic related to astrophysics. So basically, what I'm doing for my science project, I'm going to try and discover an I'm going to try and discover an exoplanet through the use of an AI. So uh, basically, we got I'm gonna get data from TESS, which is a database which contains like lots of information on stars, and I'm gonna create an AI which can look at this data and sort it through, and then figure out which stars show that they have like an exoplanet or not. And this is what I plan to do for my science project at school. I plan on using this project as well in order to maybe help me get into some colleges that would be good for astrophysics. Which is what I intend to take in which is a course I intend to take in college. When I get to university, I hope to learn more about like astrophysics and get a PhD and do many researches specifically relating to exoplanets. I discovered that exoplanets are an interesting subject to study about, since there's still so much more to learn about exoplanets. There's not that many known exoplanets out there, uh, since the study of looking for these exoplanets is still relatively new compared to like other sciences. So so when when I become like an actual researcher, I want to do many researches relating to exoplanets. Aside from astronomy, I also have a lot of interests. I'm still pretty much like I'm also a normal child despite the whole algebra thing that I mentioned earlier. Like I like to play video games. I like to right now I'm playing Hollow Knight. That's the game it's the game that I've been playing a lot recently. And I also like to read books, but then I would also like play games with my friends, like things like Patintero or 1020, or at least when it was still face to face anyway. And I still have like a lot of normal experiences that kids usually have. Like for example, pets. I have I have pet cats right now. I have five, and I'm trying to learn to take care of them and such. And I'm still pretty young. I'm only 14, so I still have a lot of room to like grow and learn more about my interests and stuff. And who knows, maybe in the future I might not necessarily do astrophysics, and I might do something else. But all I know right now is that I hope to meet the right people who can guide me and teach me to become a researcher, because I know that that's what I really want to become. I was one of the representatives of our school. I got pretty far. I think I ended. Wait, was I a finalist? Yeah, I got pretty far. I ended up as a finalist, which which is pretty awesome considering the other people around me weren't grade 8. They were older than me. And since I'm younger than my other people in my grade, they were much older than me. So I'm kind of amazed that I ended up as a finalist. I'm not a complete nerd. I also do sports. Like before I had done once I was really interested in synchronized swimming. So and I was told that you had to learn to both swim that I did gymnastics, but it was artistic gymnastics at first, but then and then I stopped doing that. And then at some point I started doing rhythmic gymnastics. But then although the rhythmic gymnastics was mostly just because I saw the club at school and I thought, okay, I want to join. That sounds fun, and I kind of like gymnastics anyway. So I've joined some sports competitions too, not swimming, just gymnastics. I've joined some gymnastics competitions and I've won some medals too. And I also play I also play a lot of other games too, like chess or Game of the Generals. When I was Marikina River, I would always whenever we passed by the Marikina River, I would always uh, give like long talks to my parents and whoever would listen about how when I grow up I would do things to fix up the environment, or have or start programs and stuff to clean rivers, specifically rivers, because I for some reason I really seemed to think that the rivers being dirty was a big deal. I was pretty interested in sciences in general. So just there was this one point where I was interested in dinosaurs and fossils, and I have a fossil collection. It's not with me right now, but I do have, and I even kind of wanted to become a paleontologist so that I could study like the dinosaurs and stuff. Uh, and things like from thousands of years ago. So I've always been pretty interested in science, but I think but mainly my main interest in science is astronomy. I hope that this can inspire girls and women who are interested in astronomy or different sciences. If you're interested in the topic, if you're interested in the subject, but you don't really know what to do, I think Google or open a book and just read about the topic that comes up, or maybe if there's a topic that's even just slightly interests you, just read about that. Who knows this? Who knows? Maybe the topic might end up becoming very important for you later on. Again, my name's Alrisha, and that's everything. Thank you for watching. I don't really have socials, but if you want to get in touch with me, you could try getting in touch with my parents on Facebook or other social medias. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Miss Alicia, for your inspiring talk. We are happy to see the little Reese beside the telescope. You're so cute. Again, thank you for the amazing talk and for sharing your astronomy journey with us. We believe that you will make a great scientist one day. Our next speaker is a grade 12 student of San Beda University, Manila. She's currently the president of the Beden Society of Young Astronomers, an astronomy organization in the said university dedicated to promote astronomy to the Beden community and to the general public. Along with other interests, she loves singing, dancing, and yet she's more likely to love watching movies. Let us give the virtual floor to Miss Angeline T. Kilang.
Hello, am I audible? Ayan,
Yes.
audible na ako. So, I'll be sharing my screen, if it's possible. There you go. Oh, yeah. Ayan. Is the screen audible ba?
Yes, Miss Angeline.
Ayan. Let's start. So, I'll be starting this talk with well, actually, this is a quote from one of my favorite person, which is Anna Taylor. This is, love yourself enough to set boundaries. Your time and energy are precious. You got to choose how you use it, and you teach people how to treat you by deciding what you will be and won't accept. Ayan. Hello, everybody. I am Angeline Kilang. And I would like to thank every one of you na nandito sa webinar ngayon, especially sa Pag-asa and US, and of course kay Ms. Chela Lecaron for inviting me to be one of the speakers. Actually, I am very excited kasi this is the first time I'll be talking. Hindi ko alam kung bakit bigla akong napili, but I am really, really happy. Let me... Ayan. Ayan. So, ayun. Let's start with, of course, meet your speaker. So, I'm Angeline Kila, President of the Beden Society of Young Astronomers, as well as the President of the classroom. So, actually, this is a really dream come true to speak, especially sa mga gantong events. So, medyo nakakawa, na-excite, and parang heartwarming siya sa akin kasi this is the first time talaga. So, introduction, again, happy International Women's Day, everyone. I would like to thank every one of you, especially Pag-asa, for inviting me as one of the speaker today. So, again, sa mga girls out there, of course, women's out there, happy International Women's Day sa ating lahat. So, I'm very proud of everyone, especially sa mga co-speakers ko din. I am very, very happy to have you all. Ayan. So let's start with the speaker's goal. So my first goal is to be able to connect with the audiences. So I want the audiences then na makilala ko more and makilala ko ano yung mga sasabihin ko. Second goal is to let audiences to learn more about the speakers. Ayan, to learn more about me, to learn more about the challenges and the inspiration that I have para makamit kung anong meron ako ngayon. And third goal is to be able to explain the importance of Women's Day. So, ayan. So, next slide. Know more about me. Ayan. So, I've already told you, I am Angeline Kilang. I am 18 years old. Occupation, I am a grade 12 student at San Beda University, Manila. So, currently, I'm taking STEM. Ayan. And current lifestyle, I am the president of the Beden Society of Young Astronomers and a class president. Well, actually, meron pa akong other affiliation, pero those are the most important to me. Actually, this is with all honesty, yung pagiging president sa class and sa isang organization is a really dream come true of me. Kasi nga, since I was a kid, I was praying, or I guess I was wishing for me to be one of the president, I guess. Sabi ng mom ko. And if you're wondering if I'm single or taken, yes, I'm taken. Hobbies, I love singing. I actually compete sa iba't ibang mga competitions in my school before, back then. And I love dancing. So, do not check my TikTok. And I am a former varsity of chess. I was 7 years varsity po ng chess. I was playing for my school and syempre outside of the school. And mahilig din ako mag-wander around. Actually, for now, I am taking care of my doggies kasi nanganak yung dogs ko. So, it is really, really happy to have them. Kasi syempre, stress reliever din. Ayan. So again, why do we celebrate Women's Month? So let me elaborate this first. We celebrate Women's Month because it is already acted as a forum for highlighting women's accomplishments and discussing ongoing and new women's empowerment. And of course, gender equality topics, concerns, difficulties, and commitments. Kasi, we can be honest, girls are somehow being left alone or left behind. Kasi they're women. But little did they know, women are strong. Alam nyo na, kaya alam nyo na. Next is, these people na ipapakita ko are those people that struck my heart. Actually, nakilala ko sila because of my moderator, Sir John Cahigal, and of course, sa kakanood ko din ng movies. And if you know Hidden Figures, I'm pretty sure na makikilala niyo siya kung sino sila. And yan, let's appreciate all the girls, of course, and women who sacrificed their lives and of course have a huge impact and space that gave everyone inspiration. Especially me, kasi I'm really inspired. Sobrang na-inspire ako sa kanila. Hindi ko alam kung bakit. Kasi they push the limits eh. Yung thought na iniisip ng mga tao na eto lang ikaw. Pero they push it up. Like, tinaas nila yung standards ng mga babae. And that really struck my heart. Kasi nga, syempre, as a girl, you've always that criticism na kung dyan ka lang, dyan ka lang. But they are really, really inspiring. So let's start with the first picture. This is Katherine Johnson. She's the first Black woman in NASA. So she is also well known as one of those who helped NASA and whose calculation of orbital mechanics as a NASA employee were critical to the success of first and subsequent US crewed space flights. So kung napanood niyo na yung Hidden Figures, makikita niyo na kung gaano siya parang human computer, which hindi ako. I really suck at math. But I'm actually practicing for that kasi, you know, you need math in your life. Even though I want to be a doctor myself. Ayan. The next picture is Mary Jackson, first Black woman engineer in NASA. So if you already watched the movie, makikita nyo na she was the one who helped for the success of US crew. So she is also well known for being successful by the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Also the one who helped the success of US crewed space flights, yun nga yung sinasabi ko. So, kung napanood niyo yung movie, like, silang tatlo talaga have that tandem na talagang magugulat ka kasi this is girls. Imagine, may isa ng kilala for being a human computer or human calculator, which is Katherine Johnson. The next one is a human engineer, first Black woman engineer, which is si Mary Jackson. So, nakakakilabot na agad for those two. Next one is picture 3, si Dorothy Vaughan. She's a Black woman who is well known to be a human computer, same as Katherine Johnson. Pero si Katherine Johnson is well known to be a human calculator. Kasi nga yung calculation niya sobrang on track. Kaya siya yung katulong din sa US crewed space flight. So Dorothy is also well known to be the computer programmer who made important contribution to US space program. So ayun nga, si Dorothy Vaughan, one of the well-known human computers, same as Katherine Johnson, Mary Jackson, and Dorothy Vaughan. Ayan. So if kilala niyo silang tatlo, sobrang na-excite ako magkwento. If kilala niyo silang tatlo at kung napanood niyo na yung Hidden Figures, sobrang may-excite kayo. Kaya, I suggest you watch that sa mga astronomy enthusiasts dyan or sa mga astronomy lovers dyan or sa mga mahilig sa NASA. You will know more about them if you watch the movie. On to the next one. What inspired me to be me today? Actually, madami. If a lot of you are asking what inspired me to be me today, well, let's start when let's say, pumasok ng San Beda. Actually, this is this is not my dream. Di naman this is not my dream. But actually, I've been telling myself that, ano na, Angeline 2.0, version 2.0, kapag bagong school, bagong ikaw, ganyan. So, na-inspire ako sa mga nakikilala kong tao na grabe yung blow up. So, parang sinuggest ko sa sarili ko, why not be someone that they don't expect you to be? Someone that they don't expect you to do. Parang, hindi ko na-expect si Angeline magiging ganito. Or hindi ko na-expect si ganito. Ganyan. Siyempre, na-inspire ako sa mga friends ko. Ayan. Na-inspire ako sa mga tao around me. Na-inspire ako sa mga taong nagtitiwala sa akin, of course. Siyempre, being a student, medyo mabigat kasi nga online setup. Pero na-inspire ako sa mga sinasabi ng ibang tao na kapag kung ano yung meron ka ngayon, madadagdagan pa yan. So, na-inspire ako dun sa tatlo kasi before I actually studied in San Beda. I studied at Faith Christian High School. So, syempre, hindi ako sanay na malayo school kasi I live in Cainta and my school is Manila. So, naisip ko na kapag nag-face-to-face, medyo mahirap. So, medyo adjust. Pero nung nalaman ko nga hindi siya face-to-face, mas lalo ako nalungkot. Pero, actually, with all honesty, na-inspired lang ako sa mga nakikita ko mga vloggers na nag-aayos ng kwarto, nag-aayos ng mga kung ano-ano. Then, may napanood akong vlog about self na sinasabi niya na, since online naman, you may start recreating yourself. You start renovating yourself. Kung ano ka dati, kung ano yung kinakatakot mo dati, you should open up yourself. So, it inspired me na parang lumaban sa ganito, na sumali sa ganito. So, I tried being one of the presidents. So, when I was grade 11, I tried running for president. So, actually, I was the vice president. Then, something happened that I became the president when I was grade 11. So, doon ko na-realize kung gaano kahirap maging president. So, sa circumstances na yon, masaya naman, pero mabigat. So, that leads me to the next question. What are the challenges in your life? So, ang challenges kasi sa buhay ko is yun nga, online classes. Let's say, nakikita ng ibang tao na you're doing well, you're performing well, but syempre, something happened pa din, like connectivity problem, connectivity errors, or technical difficulties. I've all had that. Kasi, hindi naman tayo masyadong techie. Ako, hindi ako masyadong that techie, but I was trying to, surpass lahat ng mga challenges na nakukuha ko. From grade 11, I joined Betterment Society of Young Astronomers as one of my interest club. Nung pumasok ko sa Betterment Society, I knew that something is calling me. Kasi my moderator was my earth science teacher. And syempre, narinig ko na sumali kayo sa Betterment Society of Young Astronomers because maririnig nyo na magiging masaya kayo sa astronomy. And I myself, sobrang connected ako sa astronomy. Kasi I like watching stars. I like taking pictures. Parang nostalgic flavor lang. When I was a kid, I love looking at the sky, pero hindi sa araw. Kasi I'm legally blind. Malabo mata. Ayan. So, challenges. When I turned grade 11, ayun, sumali ako sa Betterment Society, syempre, I knew nothing. I knew nothing about this and that. I knew nothing. Pero with the help of the last president, yung dating president, with the help of the officers, I've learned more. I've learned more about this and that. Natuto kong gawin to. Tapos, syempre, unting pabibo kasi hindi ko alam. New school, new things, na up to the point na may mga challenges na kailangan kong sumali sa ganito, tapos mawawalan ako ng internet, tapos masistress ako. Then, parang sa sarili ko, binobrot ko na lang yung mga lessons, life lessons ko na natutunan ko from I was a kid hanggang sa paglaki ko. Hanggang sa ni-realize ko na, ang layo ko na pala sa dating ako. Ayan. Yung kung naririnig niyo yung mga words na, ang layo ko na pala sa dating ako, ma-realize niyo yun once you overcome every challenges that you have in life. Maiisip mo na kapag na-surpass mo si ganito na nawalan ka ng ganito, may bagong bibigay sa'yo. Kasi nga, challenges makes you stronger. Challenges makes you more bolder. Challenges makes you who you are today. And yung mga challenges na meron ako in life, those challenges na I think hindi ko masyado nabanggit sa inyo, which is, syempre, connectivity problems and other self-problems, of course, sa mga, let's say, mga, sorry, I was distracted. Let's say, yung mga challenges about sa self, anxiety, yung mga ganon, syempre, it all happened. Especially kapag mag-isa ka lang sa kwarto, mapapaisip ka, bakit ako nandito, ganyan. Syempre, yung mga challenges na ganon, dadating sa buhay mo yan, dadating sa sarili mo na parang tama na, ayoko na. Pero may someone na hihila sa'yo or may realize yung sarili mo, you've come this far. You've come kung nasan ka na ngayon. So that brought to my reminder to everyone, andyan yung dreams. Okay, before I go to that one, dreams and desire. Ayun nga, nabanggit ko sa inyo, I once dreamt about being a president or being someone like me right now. Kasi dati I am shy. I join competition but I'm shy. Ganon. Tapos, parang I don't like to join kasi nahihiya ako. Wait lang for a minute. Because I am very, i-drink ko lang. Ayan. Naubusan na ng laway. Ayan. I dream and desire to be someone na hindi ako dati nung bata ako. Kasi shy. Pero I really love competing. I really love to be pabibo. Alam niyo na. Pero kahit ganon, something happens. Someone will struck your dream. Someone will eventually bawal. Hindi pwede. Hindi mo makukuha yan. Yung gano'n. Pero, as I strive, syempre, madami pa rin akong pangarap. I still dream. I still dream to be, to pass my admission sa college. Alam niyo na. Pray. Pero, I dream to join more of astronomy-related topics. And I dream to join more organizations na that can mold me sa ako, kung sino ako. That will make me more stronger, bolder, or make me more not that perfect, perfectly imperfect that I wanted to be. Parang ganon. So, ngayon, yung dream ko na lang is to graduate with flying colors, of course. My dream is to be with my friends, to graduate, and to pass my dream school, of course. Yun na. And of course, I always desire to have improvement. Every day, I desire to have improvement myself. Ganyan, improve ko more yung kung anong meron ako ngayon at kung ano yung nakukuha ko or kung ano yung nabe-benefit ng iba sa akin, ganyan. Ayan. So that leads me to the reminder to everyone that you are you and you're important. You're worth it. And it doesn't matter if you're a girl because everyone is equally made by our Creator, Jesus Christ. Kaya nga sabi nila sa kantang Scars na You're Beautiful, there's a hope that's waiting for you in the dark. You should know you're beautiful just the way you are. And you don't have to change a thing. The world could change its hearts. No scars to you're beautiful. Ayan. So, again, guys, accept who you are. You'll see what you've been wanting to know more. Kaya, guys, always remember na kahit babae ka, you're stronger than who you are. You're stronger than every people. Kung ano yung sinasabi ng ibang tao sa'yo, you're stronger and you're bolder and you are you. You are important, you are worth it in everything. Ayan. Thank you again, once again, everyone, for making me a speaker, and thank you. If you have any questions, later na lang yan. Sige, thank you.
Yay! Thank you for sharing your journey and challenges, Miss Angeline. Thank you for inspiring us to always work hard towards our goals. Truly, we should always keep our heads held high no matter what. So our third speaker this morning is also a grade 12 student of the Philippine Science High School main campus. She's a finalist in the recent 2021 Breakthrough Junior Challenge, an annual global competition for students to inspire creative thinking about science, organized by the Breakthrough Prize Foundation. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Francine Orenti Fabricante.
Hi everyone. Let me share my screen lang po. Kita naman po.
Yes, Ms. Francine.
Okay, so I'll start. So, good morning everyone. And to start off, I just want you to think of how the things flashed on screen are related to astronomy or just STEM in general. And I'll give you a few seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Mahirap, di ba? However, these things were constantly revolving around me. From growing up with parents not in the STEM field and basically just simply enjoying a life with no clear path in mind, I'll be sharing how I went from a chill, adventurous, carefree girl to an aspiring scientist who had discovered my potentials and dreams in STEM and astronomy. I'm Francine Orenti Fabricante. And I wasn't really exposed to science as a child. My mom is a lawyer and my dad is a humanities professor. So, yung science medyo out of the picture na siya. Of course, until I went to school. I used to study in a small private school for both preschool and elementary. But admittedly, hindi ako kasama sa pool of students na nagko-competition. Hanggang school quiz lang ako. While I was part of the upper portion of my class since I graduated third honorable mention, I really didn't know what to do in the future. What I did know was I was always creative. I vividly remember na nung bata ako, mahilig ako sa, yung mga klase ko, mahilig sila mag-print ng mga outputs. Pero ako naman, I always had some kind of creative output going on, like with my crayons, markers, doodles, and more. Madalas din ako yung leader na gustong out of the box yung i-represent sa klase. For example, I would include dancing, acting, or making song parodies of my favorite songs. And these creative outputs were the things that I enjoyed doing, and what I think my community enjoyed watching too. However, this was in elementary, and high school could have been an entirely different story. Having an elementary school that only offered education until grade 6, I needed to go to a bigger school. And the only two options for me were, number 1, Philippine Science High School, also known as PhilSA, and an all-girls Catholic school. Pero kung Science High School or traditional school man mapapadpad ko, napaisip ako, mawawala ba yung aking creativity? After having taken the entrance exams for both schools, I only passed one, the all-girls Catholic school. And sa totoo lang, I was already set to embark my journey on here dahil may nakilala na ako sa orientation, sa school bus, and habang patuloy na yung klase sa traditional school nga na ito. However, pag-uwi ko ng second day ng pinakauna kong high school, nalaman kong tumawag sa bahay ang PhilSA, and they were offering me a slot in the main campus. And I really cried. And this was really one of the biggest decisions I had ever made, because if it weren't for this crossroad, baka hindi ako nagsasalita sa inyo ngayon. And eventually, I chose PhilSA, and I have no regrets at all. And flashed on screen is my portion of the enrollment checklist. As you can see, July 4 ako nag-enroll, and classes started in August of that year, August 8. So just barely a month where I enrolled. Syempre, sa una, nag-struggle ako. Being surrounded by 239 other great minds definitely challenged me. It was really a handful. Especially for me na hindi naman talaga kasama sa pool of students na nakapasa sa PSI. But one of the biggest highlights was the practical astronomy elective. I was in this class noong grade 10 during school year 2019 to 2020. Here, I learned to build a telescope like the Celestron 114 seen on screen, spent days and nights observing the sky, and even attended by NASA scientists last September 2019. But unfortunately, the pandemic has really affected the practical in practical astronomy. Hindi ko na nakasama ang mga practical astronomy classmates ko, hindi na ako nakahawak ng telescope, at higit sa lahat, parang nawalan ako ng oportunidad na maging creative at hands-on sa larangang astronomiya. But because of my practical astronomy teacher, I was able to join my very first competition hosted by the UP AstroSoc, entitled Supernova, an astronomical ideathon. This was an ideathon where teams proposed products or ideas on how to promote Philippine astronomy in the pandemic. And this was actually held last February 2021. And Sir Laguna was just actually looking for volunteers then. And I said, why not join? Wala namang mawawala, di ba? And eventually, nakahila ko ng mga kagrupo and we eventually proposed our idea entitled Hanapan, Development of an Application that can facilitate Philippine citizen science in the Astronomical Society. And who would have thought that in my very first competition, an astronomy one at that, I was the first one who expressed my interest in joining and just filled my friends in the process. I would end up winning first place and most creative. But aside from these awards, I was most fascinated by the webinar that we had. With Professor Engr from the National Institute of Physics from UED, I learned about gravitational waves, an entirely new concept that I've never heard of before. On the other hand, I was also enlightened by a physics student, Ms. Beatrice Maquilan, on her journey as a science communicator, who also happened to be the top 10% of the Breakthrough Junior Challenge, an annual competition for 13 to 18-year-olds to explain complex scientific ideas in illuminative 3-minute videos. And actually, the same competition had been participated by other Filipinos who are now university students abroad, and 2 of which are actually PSH's alumni. In the astronomy scene, you might be most familiar with Ate Hilary Andales, who won the grand prize of a $250,000 scholarship, a $100,000 laboratory, and a $50,000 prize for the teacher. And for this competition, the topics that should be discussed are to be in life science, physics, or math. But last 2021, it just so happened that there was a space exploration category. So this competition was really perfect to express my opportunity in number 1, creativity, and number 2, in astronomy. To put it short, the opportunity was really calling for me. Of course, I had to pick a topic, and it was quite tough to gravitation waves as taught by Professor Ian Vega during my first competition. So I just made it my topic. And from this 5-page research, I ended up with a 2-page script. After researching, the next part was making my 3-minute script. This is an essential process because I needed to include all the important information, but also make it relatable and engaging for my audience. So I also got help from my friends in editing my script, as seen in the comments in the slides presented. And now for the most exciting and dreadful part, the video making process. I'm 3 years old right now as a recording device for both video and audio. And I only had the chance to sit down in my room kasi may ingay ang mga aso sa labas. And just to note, I also filmed and recorded everything the week before my finals. After getting all my raw footage and audio, I spent more than a month learning how to animate. Since I had school nga, I had to make tutorials and Sobrang happy ako sa final output ko despite this being my first and last entry to the competition. But if there's anyone who's interested in animating or doing any science communication videos, I'm telling you to please start animating right now. And actually, here's a short clip
Waves
of
are
my
all
final
around us.
output.
You've heard of sound waves, light waves, and even microwaves. But what if I told you that what keeps down on Earth produces waves up in space?
Yeah, so you could also watch the full video at bit.ly/breakthroughph 2021. This was actually just the intro sa entry ko and one of my first few animations. So, pagbigyan niyo na ako kung medyo basic lang siya. Around 2 months later naman, I was fortunate enough to receive an email from Breakthrough that I was a semi-finalist. And when I got this email, I was literally shaking and screaming kasi di talaga ako makapaniwala. They got some of my documents and even interviewed me. And I was just simply, how my passion for both creativity and astronomy made me reach so far in my first and last entry to such prestigious competition. The 30 semi-finalist entries were posted on Facebook for the popular vote round. And it was so heartwarming not only to receive messages of inspiration and support from both strangers and friends, but also, it was the first time that there were 2 Filipinas in the semi-final round. So, #women in astronomy talaga. Dito kasi sa semi-final round, the entry with the most reactions and shares on Facebook automatically goes to the final round. Unfortunately, but hindi ang Facebook warriors ng ibang kalaban. So, but I still managed to be able to go to the final round. And this is actually judged by judges from notable institutions like NASA, International Space University, UC Berkeley, and even astronauts like Scott Kelly. And to me, it felt like I had validation that even as young as 18, I was able to contribute to science and science communication. At this point, it is really just a waiting game to find out who would win the prize in December. While I didn't claim the prize for the Breakthrough Junior Challenge 2021, I already felt like a winner with my own personal experiences. Maraming nag-comment at nag-reach out sa akin regarding advice in making science communication videos, and even told me na nag-inspire silang magsimula dahil sa akin. And as a PhilSA scholar and Filipina STEM, I'm really humbled about the impact I'm making to promote STEM and astronomy here in the Philippines. Now, I'm just cruising to the last half of my year in PhilSA. I'm continuing my passions, joining competitions, and just enjoying the time I've had in the institution that really changed my life. So you might be wondering about the next chapter of my life, also known as college. Although I primarily applied to universities, both local and abroad, for biology and engineering, I still know that I want to pursue science communication and hopefully astronomy too. Most college decisions aren't out yet, but here are just a few acceptances to international universities. So Drexel and Hollins in US and Jacobs University Bremen in Germany. So with the crazy journey I had in just 18 years, I just want to share 3 points for the youth today. So number 1, don't be afraid to different. What sets a scientist from a great scientist is the abilities to be creative, risk-taking, and bold. And the Philippines needs this kind of scientists. Number 2, be open to change. You really won't have a set path in life. Obstacles will definitely come, but these obstacles might just change your life drastically for the better. And number 3, shoot for the stars. Every opportunity is a chance to learn and grow. Kung wala namang mawawala, why not try, di ba? Dahil sa mindset na to, nakarating ako dito. And yun lang naman for my talk today. I hope you felt empowered and inspired over my atypical journey in STEM. If you have any questions, maybe sa science communication, astronomy, or anything really, I'm more than happy to help. And you can reach me out by email, Facebook, or LinkedIn. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Miss Francine. Thank you for sharing your science communication journey and for encouraging us to do what we can to share our knowledge and inspire curiosity. Well done. And now, last but not least, I'd like to introduce our last speaker for this session. She is a sophomore, currently taking up Bachelor of Science in Astronomy at Rizal Technological University. She's also the winner of the recently held Pag-asa Astroblog contest with the team Maglayag Tayo sa Mga Tala in celebration of the National Astronomy Week. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Alphagen V. Pajo.
Hello everyone, good day. My name is Alphagen and I'm currently studying BS Astronomy at Rizal Technological University. At this moment, I want to share with you guys my personal journey on how I started to appreciate and eventually study astronomy and how am I continuing this extraordinary voyage. So, wala po akong i-present ngayon. I'll just talk and I hope that you will enjoy and I hope that some of you will be inspired and feel empowered this day. So when we received our textbook back in my elementary days, I remember that the first thing I'd look at my science book was Unit 4. It was where the lessons about the solar system and its planets were discussed, and I'll just be fascinated and amazed by those pictures about our solar system and its planets and the trivia about our universe. Also, whenever Science Month comes, we have this event where all of us students will watch videos about the universe, videos from ISS, and of course, my favorite, the dome. I believe these simple yet memorable moments when I was younger kept the fire of interest and curiosity in astronomy flaming. During our science class in my ninth grade, our discussion about black holes ignited my interest in astronomy. I was so curious, and my mind hungers to know more. It was time I told myself I want to be an astronaut. One more thing that inspired me to observe the night sky was when I watched a historical K-drama entitled Jang Yong-sil. It's a real life story of a Korean scientist who lived during the Joseon dynasty. He invented various instruments, including their water clock. The series presented how he watched the sky every night, recorded the moon and constellations that he observed, and how these observations helped them predict the date and time of the eclipse. Also, knowing the time itself was a great struggle during that era. That's why his invention of the water clock was extremely extraordinary. Fast forward to 11th grade, I enrolled in senior high school under the STEM strand in Eusebio High School. On our earth science subject, we were given a report about the beliefs that we, humanity, had about the universe. It paved the way for me to learn about geocentric and heliocentric beliefs, Kepler's law, etc. It was also when astronomy left a mark of greater interest in my heart. Working in space or any universe-related fields now became my wildest dream. I thought I was just punching the moon carrying that ambition until I heard that Rizal Technological University offers BS Astronomy program. There was a science event held at Rizal High School where DOST, together with RTU, went there and accommodated the students as we learned about space sciences. It felt like a big door of opportunity was suddenly placed before me, and it never left my mind. Although my heart was beating for me to pursue this path, I was doubtful whether I could spend my 4 years studying this program. Can I make it? Am I really meant to take this course, or should I leave it behind? I've almost let go of my urge to take BS astronomy, but it looks like my question has been answered. Maybe you're here for a reason. That statement from our department head, Mom RA, somehow gave me the courage to enter this path and embrace the new chapter of life. Aside from this burning interest in my heart, the support and aid from the people around me helped me fully appreciate and understand this field. Seeing people joining and gathering together, the moon, the stars, and the night sky is just fascinating. I've joined several Facebook groups and communities about astronomy and astrophotography. Some of them are really generous. They share their knowledge and personal experiences in observations with other people. As I was preparing for our first day of virtual classes in 2020, I met one of my seniors in BS Astro. She gave me some of her notes and shared a PDF copy of a book entitled The Astronomy Book, Big Ideas Explained. Reading the whole book made me feel inspired and motivated about the astronomy. And it felt like, wow, I must study this astronomy. Looking at the timeline and evolution of how humanity unfolds truth about the universe, I said to myself that I wanted to be part of that journey. I want to explore, learn the universe, and give my contribution through a revelation discovery in studying astronomy. When I was in senior high, I hated physics. The last thing that I want to do in my life is to study it. I just don't understand it, and its complexity overwhelms me. It was also the main reason I couldn't entirely choose astronomy at first, as the realization hits me that astronomy itself stands in the laws and ways of physics. But after reading the astronomy book, I also realized the true meaning and essence of physics in our daily lives. Reading various physicists' contributions to astronomy enlightened me of physics' role in our space journey. It amazed me, and my hate now finally turned into admiration. Fast forward, I am now in my second year studying this cosmic course. It's been 2 years since I had that mixed emotion of excitement and worry. And indeed, the experience was challenging in our first year, and it got harder and harder every semester. There were moments where I joined Google Meets and Zoom sessions with little to no sleep. Sometimes I almost did not leave my table and laptop doing our assignments, projects, and research. But amidst these difficulties, I'm really thankful that I can still pursue this course. Though it's saddening that we did not have any single chance to observe in RTU and use our department's telescopes for almost 2 years. But with the effort of our professors, we still somehow managed to learn and enjoy studying astronomy. We have provided presentations, used simulations, shared books, and software that we can use as a temporary alternative to physical observation and experiments. Also, our department sometimes hosts astro-related contests that allow students to learn more about astronomy and enjoy and connect with our society. Unlike before, my knowledge about cosmos has increased. I now understood how our solar system and universe were formed, that the stars goes into different stages of its life, that there are plenty of exoplanets out there, and the numbers have been increasing as the time passed by. When times are tough and schoolwork is tiresome, my passion sometimes fades and my interest slowly becomes a workload. That is why I'm also thankful for my classmates in our class. Aside from being mates in class, we treat each other as family, a cosmic family. We help and teach each other. No one is left behind, and everyone is encouraged to learn and pass our subjects every semester. Surrounded by these people also made me feel blessed and affirmed that I must not give up and I must continue to pursue this path. The journey is difficult, but I know that my younger self is satisfied and happy to see where I am today. It's been 2 years, yet I still have a long way to go. Knowing astronomy, we are aware that at this moment, things might change. The data might change in the next 3 months or so. With the continuous development of technology, it's not impossible. And yes, I'm really excited to see more of it. This talk speaks from the point of view of a girl studying base astronomy. Though my story seems typical, I believe that everyone may notice one special thing. All of my interests, passion, inspiration, and curiosity are now freely expressed and experienced even though I'm a woman. Along the way, there was no discrimination that I would not make it because of my gender. I also have girl classmates and seniors studying BS astronomy. Women have notable contributions in astronomy, just like Caroline Herschel and Annie Jump Cannon. There are also several campaigns about women in astronomy. Also, Here with me are such amazing and hardworking girls and women sharing their personal experiences and expertise in astronomy. As we remember women's contribution to history, society, and the world today, may we be motivated by their stories and be inspired by their achievements. Indeed, we are not just a woman, but we are a person also living a life with purpose. Thank you so much, and God bless us all.
Yay! Thank you, Miss Alpha Jen, for the amazing talk. I can personally relate to you as I am still in awe why I ended up taking this course. Truly, there's so many lessons that we can take from your journey, and thank you for the amazing advice as well. Truly, women are empowering. So thank you, Miss Alpha. Let us give these girls a virtual round of applause. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, ladies, for those inspiring talk. I hope you all enjoyed and learned a lot from their great presentation. We will go ahead and take some time for the Q&A session. This is your chance to personally ask your questions to these awesome girls. So just raise your hand, state your name, and then ask your question. Okay, so let's first hear from Mr. Angelo Noel Manuel. So before that, I would like to ask the speakers to please turn on their cameras. Thank you, ladies. Yay, thank you. Hi. So we have a question from Mr. Angelo Noel Manuel. So hello, Angelo. You can turn on your camera and mic now.
Good afternoon. I cannot talk immediately because my cam and mic is still disabled by the host and co-host. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. It will help to my personal growth to your guest speakers for your webinar this morning. I just want to congratulate to all of your organizers for your successful webinar this morning. I am so proud of you. That's all for me. Thank you so much. This is my questions. I mean, takeaways and insights. No questions for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Angelo. So do you have other questions? Okay, so I have a question here. Okay, so let's try to read this question. First question, what particular moment in your life made you decide that, yes, I really want to pursue astronomy? So anyone can answer? So let's first hear from Reese. Hi, Reese.
Hello.
Hi.
Since I was always just surrounded by astronomy, I guess it's just an interest that just grew over time. There wasn't really anything that made me think, oh, I like astronomy. It's just something that grew over time.
Thank you, Reese. How about Miss Angeline?
I would like to ask the question again.
Sure. The question is, what particular moment in your life made you decide that, yes, I really want to pursue astronomy?
Actually, I've been dreaming of owning my own telescope. And once I watched my moderator having real life telescope, I realized na I can join the organization. Saka, since I was a kid, gusto ko talaga yung tumitingin sa stars. So, paglaki ko, hanggang sa paglaki ko, I dreamt of me being in an organization or kahit anong siguro club na connected sa
Thank you, Miss Angeline. How about Miss Francine?
For me po, it should be the practical astronomy elective since kung di dahil sa pag-try ng elective na yon, di ko mararanasan yung mga experiences ng build ng telescope and such. And actually, during the orientation nga ng Prac Astro elective ko, kinailangan kami mag-build ng telescope without learning how to do it. As in, kami yung mag-build from scratch. So that was actually a cool
Wow, thank you,
experience for me po.
Francine. And last, Miss Alpha.
Saka naman po, nung senior high po ako, nung inassign po sa amin yung report na related sa astronomy. And sobra po talagang, parang yun po yung part kung saan nag-dive in po ako. Though hindi naman super. Pero parang nagkaroon ako ng view na, ganito pala yung astronomy. And curious ako at yun nga po yung sa Rizal High na event na meron palang BS Astro. So, ang ganda niya pakinggan and hindi talaga naialis sa isip ko. So, nung hindi talaga siya naalis, nung entrance exam na sa RTU, sabi ko, sige, ito na nga. Ayun, kaya ito po.
Yay, thank you, Miss Alpha. Gusto ko din mag-share. Ayan. So, ano nga ba yung moment na nagustuhan ko yung astronomy? So, before kasi, di ba, we do have field trips, di ba? So, first time na nakaka-visit ako sa Pag-asa and nag-field trip ako sa planetarium. So, dun nag-start yung interest ko sa astronomy. So, what happened ngayon, after several years, so, di ba, I'm now one of the lecturers sa planetarium. So, amazing lang experience. Actually, exposure ang kailangan natin when it comes to getting interested sa astronomy. So, thank you, ladies. We have another question here. Do you think your grades played a big role to getting to where you are right now? Sige, pwede tayo mag-start kay Miss Alpha naman.
Sorry po again, naglag po sa end ko.
Sure, no worries. Do you think your grades played a big role to getting to where you are right now?
Grades po, tama,
Yes
grades.
po.
Grades, siguro po not necessarily yung grade or yung parang numerical grade, pero yung journey po on getting that grade on yung pag-aaral po mismo. Opo, sobrang laking role ng yung lesson namin sa science and yung mga extracurricular activities na kung saan kung na ma-appreciate ko po yung BS Astro as my course. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Alpha. How about Miss Francine?
Speaking of grades, syempre pagpapasok sa high school or sa college, may impact naman yon. But coming from me na medyo hindi naman ganun katalino dati and sa Visay, syempre maraming mas matatalino sa'yo. You'll feel like you'll have imposter syndrome or something like that. But I feel like for opportunities like in science communication or astronomy, it's really just about seizing the opportunity. Like, just try it, wala namang mawawala. And yun lang naman.
Thank you, Miss Francine. How about Miss Angeline?
Actually, graded ko. Graded club ko ang Balance Society. So yes, it has an impact on my grade. Pero, since wala kami earth science ngayong grade 12, pero still malaking impact siya sa akin kasi I learn more. Pero when in terms of grade naman, I mean sure naman na it doesn't affect or something na hindi siya nagko-collide. Kasi nga, since this BSY is my graded club, I think meron nga pa rin talagang impact siya sa grade. So, ayun.
Thank you, Miss Angeline. And finally, we have Reese.
My grades vary I've had varying grades from Uno to Tres, but I think that the grades should be important so that you could be able to get into the university that you want to get into.
Okay, thank you, Reese. So, just a follow-up question. So, do you have any words of encouragement for young people who want to be a scientist but are already afraid because they are not good in math? So, any words of encouragement to other young people out there? Sige, let's start with Reese again.
Wait, sorry, what was the question again?
Okay, so the question is, what are your words of encouragement for those students or young people out there who are afraid to become a scientist because they are not good in math?
I think that it's good that you already have the curiosity, and I think that you should just try. I think that you should just try it. Try to learn about it. I already said this earlier during my lecture, but then I think that if you already have an interest in it, you should just open Google or open a book and just start reading so that you could learn more about it if you have an interest, even if it's just a slight interest.
Thank you so much, Liz. Next, we have Miss Alpha.
Ayan. Hello po. Ayun, so siguro po sabihin ko rin yung madalas na sinasabi sa akin ng mother ko po when it comes yan sa pag-aaral kasi struggle ko rin po yun. Parang she reminded me na ano bang reason bakit nag-aaral? Kasi hindi natin alam. Kasi kung alam na natin, dapat hindi na tayo nag-aaral. Kaya parang it aided me na, oh, it's okay. It's okay na papasok ka sa school na all you have is the curiosity and interest kasi that is why kaya tayo nag-aaral sa university, sa chosen field natin kasi we don't know and we are willing to know. So if you want to pursue astronomy or any science-related fields and natatakot ka because you don't have that skills and ability, please be reminded na and wag ka sanang matakot na just go kasi ito na yung opportunity na dito ka huhubugin, hindi ka dito pag may assignments, pero and you ito yung opportunity for you to grow, so don't be afraid, wag kang matakot. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Alpha. And next, we have Miss Francine. Any
Okay,
advice?
so first of all, take it from me na madalas 2.5 ako sa math. Well, I guess that for any science-related field, actually, it really takes immersion and hard work and risk-taking. Kasi kung di mo itatry, hindi mo malalaman na curious ka pala doon or gusto mo pala siya. And I think that's like my story sa astronomy. Kung, ayun nga, nasabi ko na kanina, kung di ko na-try yung Prac Astro elective, wala ako dito ngayon. So yun, I think curiosity, risk-taking, and hard work.
Yay, thank you, Miss Francine. And finally, we have Miss Angeline.
Anyways, katapos namin ko kanina, accept who you are, you seek what you've been wanting to know more. So it doesn't matter if you're not that good sa math. Kasi I myself, I'm not really good at math. And kailangan ko pa talaga ng someone na magtuturo sa akin to learn more. Kasi nga, math is not literally for me. Siguro, frenemies kami ng math. So, if you want to pursue something na you are very dear or you really like, why not try and try until you think na kakayanin mo na? Kasi it doesn't matter if you can't do something. It doesn't revolve on that thing naman eh. It revolves on something more. And that thing is only a part of that. Parang yung math, part lang ng astronomy. So, it doesn't matter kung hindi ka ganun kagaling. Kung pagpasok mo, pwede mo pa rin matututunan. Ayun.
Thank you, Miss Angeline. So we have some other questions here. First, they want to know your study routine, girls. Ano nga ba? Pwede ba kayo mag-share anong study routine nyo? Sige, let's start with Miss Francine.
Ako, medyo marami akong ginagawa, like, not just in astronomy in school, pero kunwari, yung mga extracurriculars ko, sa mga orgs and sa dance. Personally, mas productive ako pag gabi. So, doon ako nag-aaral at nag-notes. Pero, since online school nga ngayon, medyo mas maraming free time. And what I like to do is plot every requirement on Notion, kung may mga Notion users dyan. And yun, just simple to do this really helped me get in track with what I need to do for school and studying po.
Thank you, Miss Francine. Next, we have, let's call Miss Reese.
I don't actually have a study routine. I just usually, like I have ADHD, so it's kind of difficult for me to plot things. But then usually whenever I just feel like studying, I just start reading.
Thank you, Riz. Okay, so let's have Miss Angeline. Hi. And
Ayan.
Miss Study.
Actually, nakakatawa yung study routine ko. Kasi, I am also well known as that procrastinator. So, yung study routine ko, if you don't believe, katulad din ako ni Francine, I tried using Notion, pero I really suck at tech. So, I use another app, which is yung tracker siya ng mga activities mo. Then, ang ginagawa ko, pagtapos ng klase, since my class would end at 12, I'll be sleeping around 3 to 4 or 3 to 6 p.m. Then, next one na gagawin ko is titignan ko kung may requirements ako. If may requirements ako na June na mas malapit, that will be the one na gagawin ko. Then, next one, kapag kunwari, since minsan-minsan sumusulpot yung kailangan kong gawin sa org works, minsan nagagawa ko siya, kailangan ko siya ikulat. Gagawa kong ACADS, gagawa kong org work. So, and actually, ang dami ko ding org na sinalihan, kaya medyo sabog yung schedule ko. So, maabot ako siguro, let's say, 1 a.m. para mag-aral, or 1 a.m. para gumawa ng requirements. Then, after requirements, I'll try, or after one requirement, magpo-procrastinate na ako, gagamit na ako ng phone ko, pero mag-aaral ulit, then may kasamang music, then I make sure din kasi na para ma-on track ako, so pumupunta ako sa Discord, then I have someone to be with me na nag-aaral din para ma-encourage ako mag-aral. Ayun.
I think naka-mute si Miss Angeline. But are you done na ba, Miss Angeline? Na-mute ka earlier.
Yes, tapos na.
Okay na. Okay, sige. Thank you, Angeline. And finally, we have Miss Alpha and Miss Study Routine.
Study routine po. Wala rin pong parang specific na study routine. Parang same din po kami ni Francine magamit ng Notion. So, ayun po talaga. Notion po talaga ang gawin ko para matapos ang mga tasks ko. Every semester, ganon. And siguro may app po akong na-download. Ang pangalan niya itong
Hello, Alpha.
Okay na po ba ako?
Yes. Yes.
Ayun, sorry po. Ayun. So, meron po ko ring app na din-download na parang siya, focus timer. Pangalan niya yung Forest. So, parang ginagamit ko rin po yun kasi sobrang dali ko po talagang ma-distract. As in, isang tunog lang ng cellphone. Kahit in the midst of crisis na ako na wala kailangan na so, make naka-do not disturb yung cellphone at ayun nga gumagamit ako ng timer and ayun and parang hindi ko rin masyadong nililimitahan na rin yung sarili ko kasi na-try ko na before na parang maging strict na schedule pero parang ngayon medyo open na ako to unexpectations na mga event na minsan may mga unexpected na gawain ganun po.
Thank you, Miss Alpha. We have a question here from Mr. Jonel Kawilan. What area of knowledge or particular discipline do you think would be interesting to fuse with astronomy? So let's start with Francine.
Since kanina na-mention ko na actually bio at engineering yung mga course na in-applyan ko, I'm actually most curious about astrobiology. Like, I'm pretty sure my life outside of Earth at gusto kong hanapin yun.
Wow, thank you, Miss Francine. And now let's hear from Miss Alpha. Okay, so maybe there's some technical difficulties in the end of Miss Alpha. Let me call Miss Teresa.
I think that there are lots of fields that would be interesting to fuse with astronomy, but since it hasn't been mentioned yet, I think chemistry would be interesting to merge with astronomy. It would be, because if we merge chemistry with astronomy, we could be able to, like, for example, it's how we know how like the stuff what elsewhere are made up of, and also like asteroids and other things. And astrochemistry would also be like astrochemistry would also be pretty important if like in like if in order to discover like how in order to like know how different like exoplanets and stuff like are made up of, in case we ever want to know if there's like life on that planet, for example, is like life suitable there. So chemistry is, I think chemistry would be
Nice.
really
Thank you so
interesting to
much,
fuse with
Liz. And
astronomy.
finally, we have Miss Angeline.
Actually, same lang. Siguro physics and chemistry. Kasi my physics teacher kept on telling about astronomy-related topics. So, bale, may retrograde motion na nadadamay sa physics. So, naku-curious ako, I guess, kung paano nagko-collide yung chemistry and physics into astronomy. So, parang mas yung ano ba talaga yung connection ng chemistry to astronomy, then physics to astronomy. Kasi my physics teacher kept on telling na physics is always connected to astronomy and chemistry is always connected to physics. So both of them are connected to astronomy. So curious ako pa paano nangyayari yun. So parang naduduling din ako paano nangyayari yun. Kasi I'm not really good at chemistry and physics. So I want to do.
Thank you, Miss Angeline. And finally, we have Miss Alpha.
Sorry po, okay lang po paulit. Nawala po ako kanina. Sorry.
Sure, Miss Alpha. Let me go back to the question. What area of knowledge or particular discipline do you think would be interesting to fuse with astronomy?
Interesting. Siguro po yung yung biology, ganun. Kasi parang, syempre po, di ba, curious tayo yung about sa mga aliens. Yes. Kung may meron bang yung life beyond us. Tapos syempre, andun din yung parang studies na baka hindi ganito talaga yung hitsure nila, baka made up, if hindi sila, baka made of silicon or something. Basta may mga ganong research na nababasa rin po. So, sobrang interesting. And ayun din po, di ba, nagpapadala na sa Mars ng mga rovers, ganon. So, sobrang interesting po talagang ipaghalo or yun nga, mag-join astrobiology.
Thanks, Alpha. Truly, astronomy is mother of all sciences. Ayan. So, finally, we have one last question here from Ms. Francesca. Are there any organizations or extracurricular activities for high schoolers to join? So, maybe you can share yung mga organizations na kung saan nag-join kayo or any extracurricular activities. Let's start with Angeline.
High schoolers, actually yung Best Society of Young Astronomers is for senior high school in San Beda University, Manila. So if you're planning to study at San Beda University, Manila, you may join Beda Society of Young Astronomers. Actually, I joined this one club, I guess nung grade 10 ako. Siguro around grade 6, I guess. Pero blown grade 6 to 10, sinalihan ko siya, blown science show na may connected siya sa astronomy, sa biology, sa chemistry, sa physics, pero sa school din siya eh. So, I think it's better if may school ka napapasukan and if there's an astronomy-related organization, you may join that. Pero if you really want to join, Beda Society of Young Astronomers na lang sa San Beda University. Yan po.
Thank you, Miss Angeline. Let's hear from Miss Francine.
I think Earthshaker is one of the organizations na mas malaki and mahilig rin sila mag-apply. So, tingnan niyo rin yung mga applications done. And then, for school specific, well, PhilSA has telescopes. So, and usually government schools nga, I think, are more into that funding of those kinds of things. And yeah, I think not just extracurriculars na in terms of orgs, it's more of like what you can do in your free time. Like, for example, tumingin ka sa mga stellarium or yung mga apps na astronomy related. So, yun.
Thank you, Miss Francine. And now let's hear from Miss.
Lots of there's some high schools that could have an astronomy club, so you could go to there. But if you're if you're like my school who doesn't have, then then maybe you could join like an online group of people who are also interested in astronomy. And or of course you could just also, or you could go to like you could go on UP or CP Astrosoc.
Thank you, Reese. And finally, Miss Alpha.
Yun, sa akin po kasi nung high school po ako, wala rin po akong ganong na familiar na mga org. So siguro po, ayun yung Earthshakers po, yun din. Parang yun lang yung parang na familiar ako na isang org na related nga sa astronomy. So, siguro po yung parang katulad na rin yung sinabi ni Reese na mag-join po sa mga Facebook community or kahit hindi necessarily Facebook, pero basta yung community po sa inyo, ayun, may passion din to astronomy. And I believe na kahit hindi man siya yung, marami ka pa rin matututunan dahil you're with people and you are guys sharing experiences to each other.
Thank you so much, ladies. Finally, may isa pa tayong question. Last na talaga, graduate studies.
So yeah, I want to take up courses like that.
Thank you, Angeline. Francine?
For me, parang right now, mas nalin ako towards something related to research, lalo na sa bio. Pero parang iniisip ko rin na pwede ko siyang i-integrate ngayon sa experience ko with like 3D modeling or sa experience ko with astronomy. So I feel like the sky is really the limit sa kung ano ang graduate what do you call this course yung ita-take ko. But maybe yun nga, something related to research po.
Thank you, Francine. Let's have Alpha.
Sa akin po, yes. It's my dream po simula bata pa ako na malagyan ng DR. DR yung pangalan ko. So talagang ayun po, gusto ko po yun. Though hindi ko pa po talaga specifically alam ano yung pinaka path or pinaka program na kukunin ko in the future sa graduate po. Pero ayun, definitely mag-PhD po.
So thank you so much, Miss Alpha. So it looks like we have covered all of our questions. Is there anything else you want to add before wrapping up? Sorry, I think I missed Reese. Okay. So let's hear from Reese. Sorry for that.
Yeah, I also want to I also plan to take graduate school, and I plan to go past PhD and get postdoc in like research. I really want to become a researcher and hopefully astrophysics. So
thank you, Reese. So is there anything else you wanted to cover before wrapping up? Are we all good? Okay, thank you so much. Again, thank you to our speakers for answering those questions and for the great presentation. So it was a pleasure being with you all today. So we will now proceed with the awarding of the Certificate of Appreciation to our guest speakers. The certificate reads, Republic of the Philippines, Department of Science and Technology, the Philippine Atmospheric, Geophysical and Astronomical Services Administration awards the Certificate of Appreciation to Ms. Alvisha Micaela D. Gabriana, Ms. Angeline T. Kilang, Ms. Francine Orenti Fabricante, Ms. Alphagen B. Paho for dedicating their time to share their inspirational personal experiences, journey, and contributions to Philippine astronomy during the virtual meeting entitled Recognizing Women and Girls in Philippine Astronomy, in partnership with the International Astronomical Union, Office for Astronomy Outreach, National Outreach Coordinator for the Philippines, given this 8th day of March 2022, signed by Dr. Vicente B. Malano, Pag-asa Administrator. Once again, thank you for our dear girls for sharing your time, knowledge, and experiences with us. To our participants, you can now access the link to the survey form sent in the chat box. Again, thank you for sharing your time with us. We will now be ending our live streaming on Facebook. So thank you to everyone who tuned in, and we hope to see you again this afternoon for the second part of our virtual meeting event. So to those here in the Zoom meeting, you may join using the same link as today's event. To wrap things up, we would like to request everyone to turn on their cameras for our group photo. Okay, so let's have a group photo. Don't forget to wear your biggest smile. Did you enjoy, everyone?
Saan ako? Hindi ko makita yung sarili ko.
Okay, so let's wait for others to turn on their cameras. Okay, so are we good? So I'll start taking photos na. Okay, so si Angelo, anong problem kay it's not disabled? I think you can start your video na. Why? Ayan. Can you try it one more time? Ayan. Okay, so it seems like everyone can now turn on their cameras. So let's wait a few seconds. 1, 2, 3. So are you ready to take our group photo? So wear your big smiles, girls and ladies and gentlemen. So 1, 2, 3, smile. And so, sige, keep on smiling kasi baka nasa second part kayo ng gallery namin. So, yan. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay. So, thank you, everyone. So, this concludes our program this morning. Thank you all for attending in the chat box. Date of attendance that will be sent to your email in the coming days. Again, we hope you enjoyed a lot and learned a lot from our respective ladies. And on behalf of Pagasa and NOCPH, we will see you this afternoon. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you po.
Salamat for this opportunity.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you po.
Thank you, Reese. Nandiyan mo si Sir Ba.
Thank you, girls.
Si Sir Ba. Thank you.
Thank you po.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the second part of our virtual meeting event entitled Recognizing the Women and Girls in Philippine Astronomy. I hope everyone's having a great day so far. I would like to share that we are also live at the official Facebook page of DOST Pagasa and the IAU Office for Astronomy Outreach. Welcome, and we hope you will stay with us until the end of today's session. Pagasa, in partnership with the National Outreach Coordinator for the Philippines, supports this year's edition of Women and Girls in Astronomy. It is an IAU Outreach Global project as we celebrate the International Women's Day by spreading the message of gender equality and recognizing women and girls who are making and establishing their names in the field of astronomy and space science. Earlier, we were inspired and encouraged with the motivation and experiences of the students pursuing and considering careers in astronomy. And now, we will continue hearing from another batch of women who play a significant role in the advancement of Philippine astronomy. Just a few reminders for everyone. The participants will have the opportunity to submit text questions to our presenter by typing the questions in the Zoom chat box. You may send in your questions anytime during the presentation. You'll also have the opportunity to ask your questions directly to our speakers. Just raise your hand and state your name and question once we open the Q&A session. Lastly, we will be providing a certificate of attendance to those who will stay with us until the end of the program. We will be also sending the link to the survey on the presentation, and we would appreciate it if you will complete that and provide your feedback. So, are you guys excited to meet the women in Philippine astronomy? We are excited to hear from people who inspire us, hear about their work, their science, their journeys, and advice for what we can do to follow in their footsteps. Without further ado, allow me to continue our program by introducing our first speaker this afternoon. Our first speaker graduated from the University of the Philippines, Baguio, with a Bachelor of Science in Physics degree. She then obtained her Master of Science in Astronomy from the National Central University, Taiwan. She worked as a part-time lecturer in physics in her alma mater for academic year 2021-2022. At present, she works as a research assistant in the Academia Sinica Institute of Astronomy and Astrophysics, Taiwan. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Ms. Mariel Eduardo.
Hi, do you see my screen? Okay, let me share you my, I do have a presentation. Okay. So, hi sa inyong lahat. Ako si Mariel. And isa akong research assistant, but that's my job title. I'm an astronomer. And let me tell you how I got to this job or I got to this career by going back to the path I took some time ago, and then I'll give you a glimpse of my research. Okay, so first, I graduated high school in City Science High School in Cabanatuan. Doon ako nagsimulang maging enthusiastic in doing research. So this was me attending a national conference in UP Diliman. Our thesis is about life science. And when we were in high school for our graduation, we were asked to dress as someone, your future self 10 years from now. And I dressed as an astrophysicist that time. And I put a lab coat and with the glasses with me. Then later on, when I became an astrophysicist, na-realize ko hindi pala namin kailangan ng lab gown. I just usually go with a shirt and pants on a daily basis. Then after graduating from high school, I was fortunate enough to pass the UPCAT, and I took BS Physics at the UP Baguio. And here are my blockmates. We were like 40 when we started, and then after no fourth year na namin, like 7 na lang kami gumraduate. So, and this is me with my hard-earned supply from UP. And in between those, since I was really interested in doing astronomy, sometime around my third year, I started to deviate my field going into astro by going to workshops and internships. So one of that, my first internship experience was in Pag-asa Observatory itself. From there, I was exposed in doing astrophotography and sunspot data gathering. So this is me in front of the observatory. This is me taking shot of, I think this was during the lunar eclipse. And these are some of the images that we took. This was during the lunar trifecta. And this is during, what's this? Just a photo of the moon. So, and then I was able to take photos of the planets as well, but hindi ko na siya nasama dito sa presentation. But yeah, this is my first exposure in doing astronomy, I guess, when I stepped into Pag-asa to do a 2-month internship. And then I went to India for a summer school just to learn some astronomy topics na hindi na ituturo hindi siya na ituturo in a general physics course. And then the following year, I was also fortunate to get into a summer program again, but this time it's abroad here in Academia Sinica. That's where I got introduced into this workplace. And this is me doing in my workplace. And these are some of the students. We are all international students. We have coming from the US, coming from the Germany, coming from Japan. And this was before COVID. Yeah. And then lastly, when I finished my bachelor's thesis, we were lucky that we got accepted for a conference presentation in India. This was under an IAU symposium as well. And I presented my thesis about the correlation of the sunspot sa magnetic disturbance ng Earth. So the idea of doing the sunspot thesis also came from my experience from doing the sunspot data gathering from Pag-asa. So it just all went connected. Okay, and then I did another summer school in Armenia. I mean, a lot of people with the same interest as me. And we learned programming. And then right after I graduated from UP, I started graduate school in National Central University in Taiwan, and at the same time being a student here in Asia, since I've mentioned that I already made networks for my previous summer experience in here. So yeah, we were like, sa picture na to, we were 3 Filipinos in the astronomy department. So in case you didn't know and you want to pursue astronomy in the long run, you can consider NCU to be your school. Madaming Pinoy sa NCU, hindi lang sa astronomy department, but in the physics department as well. And when I was in graduate school, mostly kasi part ng training namin is to give talks in the conference. So this one was my certificate when I won the Best Poster Award. And may kasama siyang ampaw. And then here's another one when I was giving a talk in front of the Astronomical Society in Taiwan. And this was the winning poster, yung napanalunan ko from the previous image. And then right after graduation, I continued to work here in Asia to finish the research that I started when I was in master's, because our goal is to publish the whole project. So kaya I'm still staying here. But it's still a long road I have to go. And kung nakita nyo, patuloy yung road, which means I still have a long way to go. And probably it's a road leading to a PhD in the future. Okay, so yan, ito ang office ko. This is our building where our office is located. It's in the Astronomy Mathematics building of NTU. And ito yung magulo kong workplace. So contrary to popular belief, wala kaming telescope sa office namin. Most of our works are done in computer. Meron kaming mga servers. And we mostly do our observations remotely. So nowadays, since techie na tayo, meron na lang kaming access sa telescope through servers and internet. So we can work from our tables and do anything from the telescope or data from the telescope. So yeah, as long as I have my laptop with me and a stable internet connection, I can do my job. Okay, so that's my career path so far. And let me give you a glimpse of what I do. So I study mostly the solar system. From studying those, we try to answer the questions like, why is Earth the only habitable planet in the solar system? Bakit Earth lang yung may tubig? Or saan nakuha ng Earth yung buong tubig niya? Because 3/4 of Earth is composed of water. How a planet becomes a planet? So di naman siya biglang nag-pop out na lang and it became a planet, diba? There's some processes along the way for it to become a planet. So we want to know the history of the solar system, how the whole system formed, and how it is currently evolving. In general, that's the questions we try to answer in the field of solar system science. So this is what the solar system, as we know, we have the 8 planets, and we have the sun, and then we have the asteroids, and we have the rocky planets, which are the inner planets, and then we have the gas giants. But you beg us the question, bakit gas giants? Bakit yung gas giants malalaki? Bakit yung mga rocky planets maliliit? So those are some of the questions that we answer in solar system science. But this is a solar system that people know. But in reality, or theoretically, the solar system that astronomers see is that beyond the orbit of Pluto, you have another belt similar to the asteroid belt, which is what we call the Kuiper belt. And beyond that Kuiper belt is a cloud surfacing the solar, shelling the whole solar system, and that's what we call the Oort cloud. And it extends about 100,000 AU. Pero yung nakikita natin by the most powerful telescope is only until the edge of the Kuiper belt. Theoretically, this is what we believe, that the Oort cloud is in there, and marami pang mga maliliit na bato or similar to asteroids na nandun that can give us clues on how did the solar system evolve. Okay, so in particular, I'm actually studying TNOs or KBOs or Kuiper belt objects, yung mga objects na nandito sa Kuiper belt region. And this is an artist's impression of a TNO. They are almost similar to asteroid in layman's term, except they differ in composition kasi mas malayo na sila sa sun. And why do we study them? Kasi naniniwala yung mga scientists na nung na-form yung solar system, it started as a dust, very, very small dust. And then it started to accrete, nag-start siya umikot. And then those dust started to collide each other. So nung nag-collide siya, nag-stick siya together, it become grains. And then those grains started to stick again together, it becomes pebbles. Hanggang sa lumaki siya ng lumaki, it becomes rocks, boulders, planetesimals, and planets. So the TNOs and the asteroids that we see today are actually planetesimals. In short, they are sila yung stage before a planet becomes a planet. That's why it's essential that we study them. Okay, so yeah, TNOs give us invaluable information on the evolution information of the solar system. However, since sobrang layo nila and they're relatively small compared to the other members of the solar system, mahirap silang observe. We need powerful telescope to use them. And roughly as of today, I think there's only around 5,000 TNOs that has been found out of the hundreds of thousands that we expect these populations to be. So marami pa kaming dapat makita and marami pang dapat i-search. Okay, so what I use for my work is the Subaru telescope. It's an 8-meter aperture telescope atop of the Mauna Kea, Hawaii. It's one of the most powerful telescopes that we have today. And so ito yung buong telescope niya. Ito yung dome. And inside this dome is, you will see this tawag dito, glider, or I don't know, guider pala. And then attached to that is a huge camera, which is the hypersuprime camera. So ito is this one. So imagine how big it is. And inside this the HSC, or what we call hypersuprime cam, are CCD detectors, 116, pero 104 lang yung for science purposes. So yung CCD, sila yung nag-i-image ng the whole sky. And if you point it into one, pointing in the sky, you'll see this whole portion of the sky. And so in this whole portion, we find the TNO using a series of machine learning and programming. So if I zoom in from one chip in here, our fitting algorithm tells us that the TNO is somewhere in this part. And if I zoomed it in, and I'm actually doing a blinking effect. So two image na siya, taken on the same day, taken on the same night. So if you do the blinking, yung mga stationary objects like the galaxies, the stars, di naman sila gagalaw eh. Yung TNOs kasi nag-move sila over like a certain, yung movement nila mabilis. So mabilis mo siya makikita sa telescope. So this is actually the TNO. Nakikita nyo na nag-move. And the white light that's appearing in here is a satellite passing by, interestingly. So we find TNOs using this kind of methods, and we try to measure their magnitudes, kung gaano kaliwanag siya na nakikita natin. And we measure those using different filters. So sa telescope, meron kang, hindi siya similar sa camera na nakikita natin. Yung telescope, it has different filters that only allows a certain wavelength of light to pass through. So kunyari in this image on the right, you have this whole material, but it only lets the green light to pass through. And no matter how, so yung measurement ng object in a green filter, yun yung magnitude niya in green light. It's something like that. So studying those color, pwede nating ma-reveal yung color information or yung surface composition ng object, because it's too far, hindi naman natin pwede na puntahan nyo tapos tingnan na, ito yung surface niya. Hindi rin natin siya pwedeng picturean directly. So we rely on color observations. And lastly, we also try to understand yung sizes ng TNO based on their magnitude. In theory, when you have bigger objects, mas bright siya kasi mas marami siyang light na nare-reflect. Tama. So all the TNOs that we detected, we try to plot them again against diameter. We have a formula that relates their magnitude to their diameter. And we found out that we discovered the TNO more than 500 in diameter. And for your reference, the island of Taiwan from north to south is roughly just 400 kilometers. So it's bigger than Taiwan. This TNO. Yeah, so I only actually have 15 minutes, so I was trying to compress everything. And yeah, that's what I do. And lastly, if you're interested in doing some research, or like me, who knows, like me, you might get discovered some area that you don't know existed, and you might find your passion in there. So the HIA is opening another student program like the one I attended in 2017, and it's actually open application until I think next week. So if you're a student, undergraduate student, third year or fourth year, you can try to visit this link that may interest you, and you might find projects that interest you. Yeah, yun lang. Thank you. And if you have, I think if we still have time, I can accommodate a few questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mariel. Yeah, so thank you for the amazing talk and for sharing your astronomy journey with us. So due to time constraints, we'll go ahead and take some time for the Q&A session. So this is your chance to personally ask your question to Ms. Mariel. So just raise your hands, state your name, and ask your question. Is there anyone interested sa naging presentation po ni Ms. Mariel? Okay, so we have some question here. Ayan, so any encouragement po, Ms. Mariel, to those who want to become a scientist but not that good in programming?
Well, I think you just have to trust yourself. When I started my internship, I don't know programming as well. Tinuruan ko yung sarili ko mag-programming. First, you don't get intimidated by programming. It's actually easy. as long as you know what to do. And practice lang ng practice. And I think you'll learn.
Thank you very much po. So another question po regarding to sa kaninang pinresent, asking saan daw po ginagamit yung remaining ng 116 this is CCD na hindi ginagamit for science.
So 104 is for science purposes. Yung remaining is for guiding yung pointing ng CCD. Yeah.
Thank you very much po. Okay, so is there anyone else na gusto pong magtanong kay Ms. Mariel? So this is your chance. Ayan. So we have a question from Sir Manigos. Yearly po ba yung Asia Summer Student Program?
Yes, it's actually yearly. Before we used to fly here to Taiwan and then we get paid. Pero now I think they have a remote setup because of COVID restrictions.
Follow-up question din po din. Required din po ba na naka-enroll ka sa master's degree para makapag-avail po nung summer student program?
No, I don't think so. I think it depends on the supervisor. Basta as long ang yung range mo is somewhere third year, fourth year undergrad or first year master's, that's okay. But if you're a very outstanding undergraduate, even at first year, you can do it.
Thank you, Ms. Mariel. So anyone? Meron pa po bang pahabol na question? So it looks like we have covered all our questions. Ayan, may pahabol. Ito yung question kanina sa mga girls earlier. So ito, study routine daw po, Ms. Mariel.
Wala akong study routine. Matulog ng 8 hours. That's a must for me. Kailangan ng 8 hours of sleep every day. Because kung bangag ka na pag-agising mo ng exam, di ba? Hindi na mag-work yung brain mo. At least for me.
Yes, thank you, Marian. Another question from Ace Ayade. In your field of work po, do you integrate it with astrophysics?
What do you mean by integrate with astrophysics?
Sa field of work. Miss Ace, pwede po kayong mag-turn ng mic. Pwede na, para matanong po natin ma-address po yung question nyo. Ayan, wait natin si Miss Ace.
I think she's asking, dyan na pala si Ace. Sige, I'll just let her talk.
Good afternoon po. I would like to ask po if in your field of work po, naggagawa din po kayo ng astrophysics or kinukompute niyo po or like relation sa mga theory of relativity ni Einstein, parang ganun sa space.
Yung sa relativity, no, because I'm working on solar system science, so constrained lang tayo sa buong solar system. But I do apply some astrophysics knowledge like computating, kailan mo makita yung PNO, at what time. So different stuff. Pero if you're talking about relativity, yung sa galaxy, mga black hole, no, because I'm only limited to the solar system itself.
Thank you, Ms. Mariel, and thank you, Ms. Ace. Another question po. As a research assistant, may required na number of publication ba na dapat ma-publish?
Yeah. Well, not yes and no. To get into the job, no. But you have to, as a research assistant, I have a project, and that project we need to publish. So after my work, it's the paper is yung pinaka-final na output.
Thank you so much po. So I think wala na tayong questions. May hahabol pa ba? So again, thank you so much, Ms. Mariel, for inspiring us, and thank you for sharing your astronomy journey with us. So moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mariel. Our second speaker this afternoon is a full member of the Third World Organization for Women and an individual member of the International Astronomical Union. She acted as the national liaison of the Southeast Asia Astronomy Network, and some of her popular astronomy publications include Revitalizing Astronomy in the Philippines, Establishment of an Astronomical Observation in the Philippines, Astronomy in the Philippines 100 Years After, and a review of education and popularization of astronomy in the Philippines, paper presented in 2007. Without further ado, let us hear from the former Weather Services Chief of the Research and Development and Training Division, PAG-ASA, Dr. Cynthia P. Celebre.
Dr. Malano, Dr. Kayanan, members of the executive staff, friends and former co-workers in PAG-ASA, distinguished speakers, our women and girls who have the passion and love for astronomy, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. It is indeed a great pleasure that we are conducting this event in recognition of the women and girls in Philippine astronomy. I am thankful to the organizers that we, as women who have worked hard for astronomy, were given time to share our experiences, roles, contributions, and motivations. In 1996, I was designated as officer in charge of the Astronomy Research and Development Section, the former Space Sciences and Astronomy Section, under the Atmospheric, Geophysical, and Space Sciences branch, now known as the Research and Development and Training Division. During that time, we realized that although astronomy has been practiced in the country for more than 100 years, it will remain as lethargic as it has been if positive drastic actions will not be done. What everyone in the astronomy section did during that time was to work relentlessly by promoting astronomy throughout the country. But my international career in astronomy started when I attended the United Nations European Space Agency workshop in astronomy, which was held in Bonn, Germany in the same year, where I was able to meet Professor Kosai, Professor Kitamura, and Professor Kogure, the Japanese astronomers who were promoting the Cultural Grant Aid program of their government. Their government was donating 50 million yen worth of telescope should the country's application be approved. My attendance to the said workshop was really fortunate because I was at the right place, at the right time, and with the right people, because the workshop had some of the important people of the International Astronomical Union, the Office of Outer Space Affairs, and of course the Japanese astronomers. Such occurrence paved towards the wider opening of the door of the international community for the country. To cut the long story short, the project proposal that I prepared, entitled Upgrading the PAG-ASA Astronomical Observatory for Education and Future Research Activities, was submitted in 1998, was approved and funded in 1999, and was installed in 2000, the shortest process compared to other country recipients. I also had the chance to be invited in General Assemblies of the International Astronomical Union, starting in 1997 when the GA was held in Tokyo, Japan. In 2000 again, I attended the GA when the Philippines became an associate member of the International Astronomical Union. I presented papers in these general assemblies, and always my presentation gained support from the audience, especially the officials of the IAU. I was able to invite to the Philippines no less than the Secretary General of the IAU in the person of Mr. Hans Rickman. By an approved proposal once again, the IAU, through the Teaching for Astronomy Development Program, funded the conduct of basic astronomy course for the Astro Section personnel of PAG-ASA. The IAU sent various lecturers to conduct the said training. Even Gunma Astronomical Observatory of Japan, where Professor Kosai was the director, sent his staff to teach the astro staff of PAG-ASA on how to clean the lens of our 45cm telescope. Engineer Dario de la Cruz, the former chief of the Space Sciences and Astronomy Section, and I were also invited to undergo training in astronomy. In addition, through the support of the chairperson of the Office of International School for Young Astronomers, whom I met in one of the General Assemblies of the IAU, as well as the Secretary General, the Philippine group, the 5 ASRDS staff who applied for participation in Asia held in Chiang Mai, Thailand in 2001 were all accepted. The normal acceptance for country participants is a maximum of 2, but the IAU people maximized the participation of the Philippines because of cheaper airfare and the need to train our staff due to the 45cm telescope that we have. In 2009, the International Year of Astronomy was celebrated and the Philippines participated in the said event. A lot of activities were prepared, and these include, among others, the hosting of the second Southeast Asian Astronomy Network and the first Philippine Astronomy Congress, as well as the Philippine participation to the fourth International Olympiad for Astronomy and Astrophysics that was held in Beijing, China. This was the first time that the Philippines participated in such contest. I was also able to attend the EA 2009 celebration held in UNESCO Paris, France, together with Miss Pauline Pearl Divina Gracia, an astronomy student then of the Rizal Technological University. On another note, inasmuch as we need a personnel who has completed a formal course in astronomy in order to conduct a proper research in astronomy, we have sent Miss Angela Legueron to South Korea as a scholar, again through a collaboration with the Korean Astronomy and Space Science Institute, or KSC. On becoming an individual member of the I, how did I become a member? To become an individual member, one should have completed a PhD degree in astronomy or astrophysics and should have been actively conducting researches under these fields. When I became a member, I had none of those qualifications. What I had are my accomplishments in astronomy and people at the IAEU who believed in me. I was nominated at the executive committee by Dr. Alan Batten of Canada and also a member of the special nominating committee of the IAEU. He fought tooth and nail for the approval of my application, and his labor did not go to waste because my application was approved. One of my greatest contributions as an individual member of the IAEU was the resolution that was approved during the IAEU General Assembly in Prague, Czechoslovakia in 2006, wherein I am one of those who voted for the redefining of the dwarf planet that led to the demotion of Pluto from planet to dwarf planet. As chief of the Astronomy Research and Development section, and subsequently the Space Sciences and Astronomy section, my dream was to bring astronomy to the countryside, because it was seen that astro facilities were concentrated in Metro Manila, and our students and teachers in science and astronomy in the provinces were left unexposed to these facilities. Hence, from acquiring and distributing mobile planetaria and 25-centimeter telescopes to the 5 Pag-asa Regional Services Divisions, we made plans for the construction of fixed planetarium in Visayas and Mindanao, my final contribution before my retirement to make this dream come true. Thank you and good day to everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Celebre. Thank you for being an amazing division chief for us. Your dedication and hard work is really inspiring. Moving forward, our next speaker is a team member of the IAEU Office for Astronomy Education, National Astronomy Education Coordinator for the Philippines. She is a senior high school faculty member at Padada National High School, Davao del Sur, and her field is in general physics and practical research. Her undergraduate is concentrated in general science, while her master's degree is in physics. She obtained her PhD in philosophy, major in development research from the University of Southeastern Philippines. Let us give a warm welcome to Dr. Ivy F. Solano. Hello, Doc Ivy.
Oh, yes. Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, Doc Ivy, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. Allow me to share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, Miss Ivy.
Thank you so much. So, good afternoon, everyone. My courtesy to the Department of Science and Technology and the Philippine Atmospheric Geophysical and Astronomical Services Administration, PAG-ASA family, and its partner, the National Outreach Coordinator for the Philippines and OCPH. It's an honor and at the same time a privilege to attend in this globally organized project, Women and Girls in Astronomy, recognizing women in consonance with the International Women's Day as supported by the International Union Office for Astronomy Outreach, and of course the IAU National Outreach Coordinators. I'm also very honored to be recognized as a STEM teacher and for being a member of the National Astronomy Education Coordinator for Philippines, Philippines, and to be invited to talk as one of the women and girls in astronomy education, speaking on behalf of my Department of Education family and the schools where I work from. By the way, my name is Dr. IBF Solano, representing the STEM teachers, one of the women in teaching basic education, specifically basic science in junior and senior high school with an 18 years of experience in the field, 3 years in private and 16 years in public school, namely Holy Cross of Kiblawan, Digo City National High School, Digo City Division, Matanao National High School, Davao del Sur Division, and currently Padada National High School, Davao del Sur Division here in Region 11, the Davao region. So with my length of teaching, I have experienced 3 curriculum transitions. So the RBEC or the Revised Basic Education Curriculum in 2002, 2010 Secondary Education Curriculum or SEC using UBD framework or Understanding by Design framework, and the K-12 Basic Education curriculum in 2012 that we are still using up to the present. So during the days of the RBEC and SEC, science in particular was very specific per grade. So we had general science for first year, biology in second year, chemistry in third year, and physics in fourth year. So in first year high school, astronomy education is a quarter chunk of the whole, meaning astronomy is being taught in a specific quarter of the school year. Like as far as I can remember, it falls in quarter 1. And as you can perceive in the way I am reviewing it to you, astronomy education those days was only highlighted during their first year in high school, and although some introductory aspects of astronomy are already presented during elementary days, which of course came as very basic in a way. So, in the current curriculum, which is the basic education curriculum or the K-12, we are following this spiral progression. So meaning science concepts in short is taken up across all grade levels, like from grades 3 to 12, and that includes astronomy topics more or less. So for example, astronomy.
Dr. Ivy. Hello, Dr. Ivy. Sorry for the interruption. Okay lang po ba na i-full screen po yung presentation? Apo. We're not sure po if we still follow po your slide.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes po. Naka-full screen na po sa inyo, Ma'am Ivy. Nasa slide number 2 pa lang po ba tayo, Ma'am Ivy?
Hello?
Hello po? Hello, Miss Ivy?
Am I audible?
Hello, Miss Ivy. Can you hear me po? Miss Ivy?
Hello, can you confirm if I am audible?
Hello. Yes po, Miss Ivy, you're audible po. Yung sa presentation lang po,
Hello?
Miss Ivy. Narinig po. Sige po, Miss Ivy. Hello po. Okay na po, Miss Ivy.
Hello, can anyone confirm if I am audible?
Yes, Miss Ivy, audible po.
Hi, ma'am. You can proceed na po, ma'am. Sorry po for interrupting.
Am I audible?
Yes po.
Hoy, naunsa man ni.
Hello, Ma'am Ivy.
Hello po, Ma'am Ivy. Naririnig niyo po kami. Naririnig po namin kayo.
Okay, thank you so much. And so, for example, astronomy in the first 4 quarters or for example, astronomy first appears in the 4th quarter of grade 3 science under Earth and Space, which also covers geology and meteorology. So this coverage of astronomy ends in grade 9 and is continued in grade 11 and 12 under senior high school core subjects like Earth and Life Science. So for some schools under Philippine Science High School and STA program, the Student Technology Engineering program, formerly known as the ESF or the Engineering and Science Education program, or the one first known before as the Science Network, astronomy is offered as an elective subject apart from geology, environmental science, and earth science. So why am I reiterating this to you? Because I want to give you a bird's eye view on how science education, particularly astronomy education, had evolved across all those curriculum transitions, and how did we, my DepEd family, come up with students who chose astronomy related courses as their field. So well, as for me, as a STEM teacher for the longest time of my life, I have already handled hundreds of STEM students between the three curriculum transitions. And I could say that most of my students were really, really decisive enough to choose their field of interest right after high school. And fortunately, I'm very proud that most of them really chose science-related fields like engineering, medicine, biology, physics, chemistry, and the like. So of course, this huge turnout of successful students wouldn't be made possible without the concerted efforts of my fellow DepEd teachers in STEM, and of course with the exemplary management and administration of our school leaders. Here with the allotted time, I would like to present to you 3 of my students. I am very proud of these students because they were my students who chose astronomy education as their field. So first we have John Kyle Cortez and Fritz Ann Carpintero, and we have Jean Patrick Ridley. So I'd like to share their story to you this afternoon. So first let's meet John Kyle. I think John Kyle is present here in this platform. John Kyle is a product of the K-12 Enhanced Basic Education curriculum. By the way, I chose them because these people were products of the curriculum transitions that I was presenting earlier. So allow me to present them to you by age. So from the youngest to the oldest. So John Kyle is the youngest. And then he was my grade 7 student in Digo City National High School under SE program, and he's now a first-year BS Robotics Engineering student of Ateneo Davao University. He took robotics engineering because space robotics really caught his interest ever since he was a kid, and he was always been fascinated on how education or technology, specifically in robotics and intelligent machines, is integrated in the innovation of our society. And he never stopped learning. And through us, his teachers, he found himself a journey that he will forever cherish. And he was inspired to take the path where he could really see himself in the future. That is why he is now taking robotics engineering. And he looks forward to be working for the Philippine Space Agency as an engineer in the future. So he's also doing amateur astronomy and amateur radio satellites, and he's doing space explorations like the star map in his location, familiarizing constellations, and then locating prominent targets in the night sky using only mobile applications. And he has his own 3-inch Newtonian reflector telescope that he uses on exploring celestial bodies in the space. And then also the telescope that he is using became the instrument to let him see images that he has been seeing in the books when he was a kid. Okay, so like the moon, sun, even Jupiter and Saturn, and some bright deep sky objects. So most of the accessories he used in his telescope imaging setup are only DIY, since the standard ones can be very expensive for him, as he said. Just recently, he also upgraded his setup to a 4.5 Newtonian telescope where he could have more detailed images of Jupiter, Saturn, Sun, and other promising targets. He's also using DSLR to get Milky Way galactic core, to have images of Milky Way galactic core using a camera phone and yes, this DSLR. And then he was in high school. When he was in high school, he was able to get an amateur radio license with a call sign DW91LX. And this has made him interested in learning about amateur radio, weather, and telemetry satellites. And he was able to build his DIY ground station using his old computer radio. So with the DIY setup, he was able to receive signals from Philippine satellites, Diwata 2, Maya 3, Maya 4, and Birds 4 project that Maya 2 is part of. And he also receives real-time weather images from NOAA and meteor weather satellites. He also is also participating in amateur radio activities in International Space Station and received several awards from different organizations. He may not have notable achievements, as he said, in amateur astronomy yet, but being able to share this to the different kids and other people in the community is already a huge achievement for him. His robotics engineering course is actually intended to create materials that can be used for astronomical purposes in the future, and we are so proud of him. Next up, we have Fritz Ann Carpintero, and she is now taking up aerospace engineering in Ateneo de Davao University. She's a product of 2010 SEC and K-12 basic education curriculum. Nabilang siya doon sa transition ng dalawang curriculum. She was also my grade 7 science student in STE program of the same school, Digo City National High School. And then she was able to participate in a talk with Dr. Rogel Marie Sese, one of the astrophysicists in the country and currently the department chair of Ateneo de Davao Aerospace Engineering Department, regarding the status quo of the Philippine space technology, particularly about satellites, and she got more inspired because of the experiences. So back when she was our student, she used to think that space technology was a luxury that only developed countries could have, but her experiences gave her an idea that it's not. And there's so much more that the space technology can do, and so much more that this technology can offer to our Filipino students, from communication to its remote sensing, navigation, weather forecasting capabilities. So currently, there is an increasing number of Filipinos making change and impacting our space technology. And hopefully someday, she wishes to become one of them, as she is now pursuing her aerospace engineering degree. I really love this woman because she has a lot of dreams in the future. And one of her pastime is to create or organize competitions in Davao City, which is related to her field. And for now, she's a member of the Team Deep Space Philippine for Global Satellite Tracking Initiative. It's a in Davao City. So yes, that's Fritz Ann. Next is my student in grade 7 as well, first year high school. In this case, engineer Jane Patrick Rible is a product of RBEC, the older one, RBEC, and the 2010 secondary education curriculum UBD framework. So he was my first year student. That time it was known as Engineering Science Education Program, or ESEP, in Digo City National High School, who graduated as first honors. A passionate and highly motivated researcher and engineer with solid foundation on robotics, control theory, electronics, and higher mathematics. And he is capable of 3D printing design, circuit design, robot vehicle construction, and building instrumentation setup apparatus with in-depth programming ability in science or in assembly C and higher programming languages. So currently, he is enrolled in PhD Aerospace Engineering major in the University of Tennessee, Knoxville, UTK, USA. He finished his undergraduate education at UP Diliman with BS Electronics Engineering and Communications Engineering and was awarded as magna cum laude. And then one of his research works was published in a publication known as Special Issue Multidisciplinary Sciences and Engineering. And he has several researches found in this particular links I'm showing you. And of course, one of his greatest achievement was winning the best presenter, in the 16th International Conference on Control Automation and Robotics. He also has 2 patents approved, published as sole inventor. So I'm showing you here his 2 patents. Then, yeah, this is engineer Gene Patrick. He has a lot of dreams, and his dreams are like working with NASA in the future and also to be back to the Philippines to help robotics research and industry in our country. And I'd like to show you here some of the professional developments that we teachers are doing. So like we have in-service training in telescopy. And we are so fortunate to have Mr. Norman Marigsa Jr., a national coordinator of Astronomy Without Borders from Baguio City, who was our invited speaker and discussed about the types of telescopes, parts of telescopes, and its specification on and operational use, as well as the telescope accessories. So our school that time received 5 units of astronomical telescopes, and during that time we weren't able to know how to use these units. So we seek help through the presence of Sir Marigsa, and so we were able to have it in our inset or in-service training. So here are some glimpses of the activities that we had. So yes, we were able to manipulate the telescope through the instructions given to us by Mr. Norman. And so we also had a chance to see exactly how a moon looks like in an actual telescope. Okay, so yeah, so these are, yeah, I think that's it. I think I've said enough. Sorry for the inconvenience and some internet fluctuations. So I think I've said enough on my experiences as a teacher and how it turned out to be having these amazing students who in one way or another had achieved their goals from which they have been honed to become one, and it's in line with this astronomy related field. So my experiences, our experiences have strengthened our skills in the field and made us more confident in teaching as much as possible. And we always want to be a good instrument in achieving the goals of the school, the Department of Education as a whole. So our dedication to give the best of our work, our commitment to excellence, our inner directedness to take the lead, our ability to be an all-time resilient teacher, and our flexibility to give room for improvement just to enrich our potentials would sum us up as ones who embody great instructional leadership in the field of science. So playing pivotal role in molding a student's life, endeavoring our commitment to fulfill responsibilities, and crucial role as teacher for the many years, this platform, I think, has finally helped us unveil and showcase our understanding, our outstanding and significant contributions, not only on academic knowledge, but also on the values and morality that shape the many students to become better persons. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ivy, for sharing your gift of teaching with us. We have seen all your hard work, support, and encouragement that you have given to your beloved students. Again, thank you for doing a brilliant job. Our next speaker is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Physics from the Mindanao State University, Marawi City. She then took up Master of Science in Physics at the Mindanao State University, Iligan Institute of Technology. She obtained her PhD in Physics, concentrated in astrophysics from Hiroshima University, Japan. At present, she is a professor and program head of BS. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Jelly Grace B. Nanesa.
Hello,
Hello, Dr. Jelly.
can
Good
you hear
afternoon
me?
po.
Good
Yes po.
afternoon. Wait. Saan yung aking screen? Wait lang ha, kadun. Okay. Hello?
Hello, Dr. Jelly Grace.
Nawala. I'm trying to share my screen. Wait lang.
So while waiting for Dr. Jelly Grace, if you have questions, to all the participants out there, if you have questions, so feel free to type in your questions in the Zoom chat box. So we will address them during the open forum session later. Thank you.
Hello?
Hi, Dr. Jelly.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes po.
Okay. Sorry for that. Okay, so to Dr. Vicente D. Malano, the administrator of Philippine Philippine Atmospheric, Geophysical, and Astronomical Services Administration, the key officials and staff, DOST officials, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am indeed grateful for this great opportunity for being invited as one of the speakers in this occasion that is recognizing the women and girls in astronomy. This is a global project, right? are organized by the International Astronomical Union. So let me share my screen. So the title of my talk actually is how I discovered my calling as an astrophysicist. So, you know, every time I look up in the sky, I always wonder about the life in our galaxy and beyond.
Dr.
I think
Jenny,
there are two
sorry for the
possibilities.
interruption po. See po yung slides.
Makita niyo, ma'am?
Hindi po yung...
Na-share na, ma'am? Makita sa screen?
Hindi pa po, ma'am. Yung PDF file po ba, ma'am?
Naka-PDF
Pa-click
siya,
po
ma'am.
nung... Opo. Pa-click po nung PDF.
PDF.
Opo. Bali, hindi pa po siya nakashare.
Okay, so wait rin siguro PowerPoint, no? Ay, wait lang, ma'am, ha? PowerPoint ko na lang. Wait. Share screen. Hindi siya makita, ma'am?
Doc,
screen?
Hindi po. Ang
Di pa?
nakita po namin yung folder po.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So, share screen, folder. Yes, ito na lang.
Yes, ma'am. Yan po. Click na lang po yung PowerPoint.
PowerPoint. Ito, ma'am. Okay na? Nakita na, ma'am?
Ma'am, hindi pa. Ma'am, try to minimize na po itong folder po na ito. Minimize po natin. Nasa
Okay.
likod po ata yung presentation.
Okay. 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 Oh my God.
Yay! Thank you, ma'am. We can see the po yung
Kita na, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Okay na po, Doc Jenny. Thank you so much po.
So, now, how I discovered my calling to be an astrophysicist. I call this a calling, actually. So, every time I look up in the sky, I always wonder about life in our galaxy and beyond. There are two possibilities. Either we're alone in the universe or we are not. You know, both are equally terrifying for me. Then, when I imagine how big the universe is and how small we are in the vastness of the universe, I feel so grateful of our existence. Gratefulness is one of my favorite words because it is one of the most powerful forces of the world for me. More powerful than the magnetic forces in the universe. And do you know why? It makes the difference between just living and being really alive. Today, I would like to encourage everyone to cultivate gratefulness as your basic attitude towards life and make it as the very ground of your being. Every time you look up the sky. Now, since this event is for women and girls in astronomy, not only Philippines, but around the world. So there are many types of women Do you agree? The world has its great teachers, women teachers, women of giant intellect and extensive research, women whose utterances have stimulated thought and opened vast fields of knowledge, women who have been honored as guides and benefactors of the races. But there is one who stands higher than them. For me, the virtuous woman. Have you heard of the virtuous woman? From Proverbs, it says, "Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies." Many women do noble things, but the virtuous woman surpasses them all. Now, personally, where I fell in love with physics or science. During my high school, when I was in high school, the name of my school is ULS, or University Laboratory School, where there's a science curriculum there. So it was in ULS where I fell in love with physics or science in general. I know physics isn't everyone's favorite subject, but I love it. My calling? Hiroshima University in Japan was where I learned that the science that I love could be a calling. Why I chose astrophysics? Since I love both physics and astronomy, so I chose astrophysics as my field of study. So this is a picture of my university, Hiroshima University in Japan. So off I went to graduate school to a large international research university in Hiroshima University, Japan. I love the place, the climate, and their food. Now, being the only woman in the astronomy lab during my PhD, because all my classmates were Japanese and male. So ako lang yung isang babae. No? So beyond the cultural adjustment, I started to wonder exactly how should a woman be making a difference in my scientific work. Kasi karamihan lalaki. In my research lab, I worked alongside some Japanese male students. We used the same equipment, the same computer analysis methods, and the same types of scientific reasoning. I got the impression that scientists had to be neutral when analyzing data and not consider religion, culture, or gender in the lab. Yet, I was firmly committed as a PhD student that my love in astronomy or astrophysics should be integral to all I do. Now, being the only foreign student, I'm the only female student, PhD student, and I'm the only foreign student also in my lab. Lahat sila Japanese, no? So, and yeah. So I realized that scientists do agree in a lot of areas, despite religious and culture differences. Scientists agree that the natural world has regular, repeatable patterns that can be understood. The difference is why we believe that. Scientists share a motivation to do science. Most scientists are motivated by the joy of discovery and a desire to serve. How I worked out my scientific calling. Now, graduate school was where I fell in love with astronomy. In astronomy class, I learned about galaxies, neutron stars, black holes, dark matter for the first time. Can you believe it? These neutron stars have more mass than the sun, all packed into a sphere only about 10 to 15 miles across. It is packed so dense that a teaspoon of this stuff would have the mass of a mountain. and the gravitational field on the surface would squash us flat. So astronomy showed me that the universe is filled with an abundance of wonders. Wonders that scientists didn't even know about before the last century. And we're lucky. Now, something I learned along the way. As I learned more about the universe, like many others, I was stunned by its immensity. Our galaxy contains billions of stars, and it is one of the billions of galaxies in the universe. That can make us feel very small. The universe is a huge, wide open space that holds everything from the smallest particle to the biggest galaxy. Astronomers and astrophysicists try to measure the size of the universe, but until now, no one really knows how big it is. Who inspired me, as I'm now inspiring our women here? Who inspired me? Do you need this woman here? And this is the STS-93. The space mission that deployed Chandra was the first NASA shuttle mission commanded by a woman. Her name is Commander Eileen Collins. She was the first woman to command a NASA shuttle mission. And this is Eileen Collins. Idol ko yan. So what is Chandra? The Chandra X-ray Observatory is the world's most powerful X-ray telescope today. It has 8 times greater resolution and will be able to detect sources more than 20 times fainter than any previous X-ray telescope. Actually, in my study, in my research, I analyzed Chandra X-ray data, which is my dissertation. Now, what inspired me most? Being one of the very few Filipino women in astronomy, what inspired me most is the fact that women can do significant, great things, not only in astronomy, but in other areas as well. I always strive to become a virtuous woman who can do noble things and whose value is far above rubies. So, for all the women out there, I encourage you to find your calling and also strive to become a virtuous woman who can do great things beyond the realm of your field. Above all, be grateful of your existence as a woman, as a wife, a mother, a human being in the vastness of the universe. Being a woman astronomer or astrophysicist in the Philippines is both interesting and challenging and gratifying. But I'm grateful that out of the many women out there, I became one of the very few astronomers in our planet. So my gratefulness inspired me to keep going and face the challenges in my field. So I encourage everyone to do the same. That's all. I hope I inspired the women out there. So thank you very much for listening. And thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much po, Dr. Jelly, for inspiring us and for sharing your scientific calling. Indeed, that's an empowering message. We appreciate your great accomplishments as a strong, compassionate, and hardworking woman. Again, thank you po, Dr. Jelly.
Yes, thank you. Thank you then.
Thank you po. Our fifth speaker works as Nutrition Officer 3 at the National Nutrition Council of the Philippines. And she's been also active in the astronomy and space community here in our country and abroad. Currently, she is one of the executive secretaries of the Space Generation Advisory Council and is also volunteering in the subgroup for inclusive outreach in astronomy. As an IAU Office of Astronomy for Development grant awardee in 2019, she developed a mobile planetarium for the visually impaired. Let us all welcome Ms. Christine Jane Atienza.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank PAG-ASA for inviting me to talk about inclusive astronomy outreach. I can't join you today live, so I just prepared a short recorded video about the inclusive astronomy outreach. So before we start, let me introduce myself briefly. So hello, I am Christine Jane Atienza, and since I was a kid, I really love astronomy. So bata pa lang ako, pangarap ko na maging astronomer. Not actually an astronaut, but just as an astronomer. So I really love the stars and the planets. So mas nauna ako matuto ng planets kesa sa ABCs. So real story. So since a kid, yeah, I'm really into astronomy. So ayun yung parang passion ko talaga. So growing up, ayun parang napamahal ako sa science because of astronomy. And but now I'm actually a nutritionist dietitian. Pero yung nightlife ko is still astronomy and space. So currently, I'm the Executive Secretary of Space Generation Advisory Council. And I am also part of the IAU subgroup of Inclusive Astronomy Outreach. So meron kaming group specifically for inclusive astronomy outreach. And if you want to join, I can tell you more later. So there. Aside from that, I'm also co-founding a space nutrition working group inside SJC. So right now I'm working with analog astronauts in Switzerland for the dietary requirements of their analog astronauts. Okay, so all right. Moving on to inclusive astronomy. So what is astronomy outreach? So ano ba tong astronomy outreach na sinasabi natin? So astronomy outreach is basically to make the science of astronomy accessible to all. So accessible to all. So wala dapat tayong pinipili. Wala tayong pinipili. Kailangan kasama lahat. Mapababae, bata, matanda, lalaki. So lahat wala tayong pinipili. So inclusive outreach, what is it? It is about removing physical obstacles and adopting the right language so that everyone can participate. So dapat lahat, kahit ano man yung culture, kahit ano man yung kakayahan, kailangan kasama sila sa ating outreach. So removing physical barriers. Bakit kailangan i-remove yung physical barriers? Kasi 'di ba, yung iba may saklay or naka-wheelchair, so kailangan smooth pa rin yung outreach natin kahit may mga ganun tayong audiences. And kailangan welcome lahat. So the basics, remove physical barriers to movements and set up a proper environment. So for example, we have audience na walang paningin or blind. So bibigyan mo pa rin sila ng proper environment para ma-appreciate nila and matutunan nila yung astronomy. And dapat we can explain concepts both visually and verbally din. Kailangan na-explain natin yung concepts visually. So kung meron tayong picture, maintindihan natin agad galing dun sa picture. And of course, verbally, para naman dun sa mga hindi nakakakita. And we could also adopt physical models, 3D or 4D, including time, as much as possible to explain concepts. So, gumagamit tayo ng mga models, mga tactile models kung may mga visually impaired. Yun. And then, for intellectual disabilities naman, this is more challenging kasi kailangan mo ng patience and ibang technique yung kailangan mo para magturo sa kanila. Okay, so astronomy outreach is, ano na yung mga examples itong astronomy outreach? Actually, baka nagagawa nyo na ito or nakasama na kayo. So, ang iba sa mga astronomy outreach ay free telescope viewings, yung ginagawa natin before pre-pandemic, diba? Before, we used to have lots of free telescope viewing sa malls or kahit sa kalsada. We do free telescope viewings for the public para kahit yung mga hindi madalas or hindi nakakakita ng telescope, makasilip sila sa telescope. So that's outreach kasi ikaw yung pumupunta sa kanila para ibahagi or i-share yung astronomy knowledge and experiences mo din. We also do school or public lectures. And then astronomy camps. So dati pre-pandemic, lagi ito, no? So marami tayong mga organizations na gumagawa na ito. And the list goes on. So for me, for example, I started being very active in the astronomy community in the Philippines like more than a decade ago. So medyo matanda na ako. So I started with UP Astronomical Society. We did my first public astronomy outreaches in Luneta. So ayun yung may mga street children na naturuan ako. So medyo doon nag-start yung passion ko for doing outreach. We also do we also taught kids, yung mga preschool kids. Yun. And of course, ito, meron din dyan ako picture na free telescope viewing sa malls and astronomy camp dun sa isa pang picture. So, sino-sino ba yung ating mga audience? So, hindi lang mga students, hindi lang mga bata. Yung pwede yung outreach, kailangan. We also need to consider accessibility and inclusivity. So, we also, we would like to include persons with disabilities, prisoners, elders, refugees, or yung mga people in the hospital settings. So, madami. So, lahat. Mga indigenous people. So, lahat wala tayong pinipili. So, some inclusive outreach what we've done in the past. Medyo madami na ako outreach na nagawa dati kasi nga 10 years or more than 10 years na ako nag-outreach. So I started with free telescope viewing nga, and then I'm also part of the school astronomy lectures, ganyan, or public lectures. So ano pa ba yung mga outreach? Ito yung mga some outreach na naalala ko or may nakita akong documentation. So this is a recent one. This is the most recent one actually. This is just before the pandemic in 2020. So this is last, I think, March 4 to 5, March 4 to 5, 2020. So just before the pandemic. So I went to the Philippine National School for the Blind. I went there and taught the kids. I also did free telescope viewing. So paano, di ba? Marami actually nagtatanong sa akin. So yung blindness or yung visual impairment, meron kasi siyang what do you call this? Degree. So so yung iba totally blind. Yung iba naman, meron pa silang light na nakikita. So what I did before is I tinutok ko yung telescope ko sa moon. So sa pinakamaliwanag na astronomical object para kahit yung light lang yung makita nila, natutuwa sila actually. And actually kahit magdala ka ng telescope lang sa kanila and ituro mo sa kanila yung parts, natutuwa na sila doon. Kasi nga, di ba, sino ba yung magdadala sa kanila ng telescope? So, alam nila yun sa mga science textbook sila, pero never silang nakaka-experience kasi wala naman nagpo-provide sa kanila. Pero they would want to know how to use or kahit yung mga parts lang. So, that's the basic that what we can do for them. This one is with Unawe PH. So we also went to the cancer ward of the Philippine Children's Medical Center. This was like 5 years ago na. So you can also do this, no? So you can do of course, with the coordination with the hospital, pwede kayong pumunta sa mga hospitals. And dahil yung iba sobrang bored sa loob ng hospital and medyo depressing, so you can do activities, short activities for them, for astronomy, telescope viewing kung kaya ng katawan nila, or kahit ituro nyo lang yung moon like what we did here, the picture. So pinakita lang namin yung moon from the stellarium. And this is the first outreach for the deaf na ginawa ko. So after this, marami pa akong nagawa na outreach for the deaf. So medyo may konti akong alam na sign language for astronomy. So ito yung from Miriam College, Southeast Asian Institute for the Deaf. I think this is 2013 pa. So medyo matagal na. So dito ko unang na-encounter or na-experience magturo ng deaf children. At nakakatuwa yung mga pag nalaman mo yung mga stars ay mga sign language for astronomical terms. By the way, meron pala tayong set. So ang IAU ay merong set ng mga sign languages for astronomical terms. So if you would want to know more, you can search for that. So yun, listahan siya. So iba't ibang sign languages, American, may French, yun. So madaming sign language. Pero for the Philippines, dahil sign language ay per culture din, so meron din tayong sarili nating sign language. So mas maganda na we can consult the Filipino deaf community din on what the sign for this term. So yun, so kailangan din natin makipag-coordinate sa mismong deaf community natin if we want to do outreach for the deaf. And this one, I think we also partnered with orphanages or mga organizations for street children. So ito, dinala namin sila before sa National Museum for astronomy lecture. So yun. So nakakatawa kasi yung mga bata. And this is the latest one, pero siya, pandemic na. So because pandemic, ang kaya lang before is yung webinar. Kaya we invited Ate Jing, alumna siya ng UPS Resort, and advocate siya for the deaf. And Miss Bing, si Miss Bing is deaf, so siya yung tumulong sa amin for the astronomical terms. So siya yung sa kanya galing yung mga terms. Yung mga signs ng mga astronomical terms. So, ayun. So, sana makontinue pa natin and marami pang gumawang groups na mga ganito. So, these are some of the outreach that I did before. Marami pa, pero ito lang yung mga may nakita akong photos. Ayun, pumupunta rin ako before sa resorts or sa mga IPs or mga indigenous people for ethno-astro naman. So you can also do outreach to them. Ayun. So for ongoing and future projects naman, so as I said a while ago, I'm part of the Inspiring Stars or the group for inclusive outreach for astronomy of the IAU. So right now, we're planning a webinar series for community practice. So I'm the lead there. We would just like to have a platform for people who do outreach around the world. So look forward to that. Sana makasama kayo dun sa webinar. Or if you want to share your outreach, then you can tell me so I can invite you to share your experiences or your tools or your techniques on how to do outreach. And as of the moment, medyo natigil ito no pandemic, yung aking planetarium for the blind. So meron na, pero inuwi ko muna siya sa bahay kasi wala pang gumagamit. So kung gusto niyo rin makipag-collaborate sa akin, it's just in my house. So if you want to be if you want to if you want me to donate one of the planetariums for you or for your organization or for your agency, just let me know. So may mag-adapt na ng aking planetarium for the blind. So ayun. So far ito yung ginagawa ko for astronomy outreach. Hopefully after this pandemic medyo bumalik na sa dati, we can do camps na and telescope viewings. And we can also do tools for the blind or for the deaf. So marami pa. We can because I'm part of the group, we are trying to collaborate with associations then for the blind or for the deaf around the world. So hopefully ayun, magiging tuloy-tuloy na yung pag-alis natin sa pandemic and we can go do our outreach again. And yeah, so ideas for astronomy outreach is limitless. You just need to think outside the box. So ayun yung parang asset mo is thinking outside the box. When I thought about the planetarium for the blind, that was like 5 years before ako magkaroon ng funding. And then after that, nalaman ko na marami na rin pala akong kapareho na idea. Pero that's nice because nakikita mo na marami ring mga tao na may passion the same as yours. Pero yeah, ideas for astronomy outreach is limitless, lalo na kung may iba kang passion, you can integrate that to your to outreach, so in any way you can. So ayun, thank you and thanks again for inviting me, and hope you were having a great time today. And you can reach me at this, so christine.atienza@spacegeneration.org if you want to reach out, or if you want to collaborate with me, you can also find me on Facebook or LinkedIn. All right, thank you very much. And
thank you very much, Miss Christine. Thank you for sharing the wonders of astronomy outreach and for removing barriers to educational access. Your works in inclusive astronomy are truly inspiring. So once again, thank you to all the ladies for the wonderful and empowering talk. You all serve as an inspiration to a lot of us to continue pursuing our dreams. Thank you for sharing your amazing journey with us. And yes, let's give these women a virtual round of applause. We will now go ahead and take some time for the Q&A session. So I would like to ask for Dr. Ivy and Dr. Jelly, who are still here with us today, to please turn on their cameras. And we will now move on with the Q&A session. So to our participants, this is your chance to personally ask your questions to Dr. Jelly and Dr. Ivy. So just raise your hand, state your name, and ask your question. So is there anyone who would love to ask their questions or any takeaways in this presentation? Hi, Dr. Ivy.
Hi, good afternoon po.
Yes po. And yan. Hello, Dr. Jelly. Once again, thank you so much po for your time in sharing your knowledge and experiences with us. So do we have any questions? Or si Ma'am Ivy at si Ma'am Jelly ang magtatanong? Okay lang ba kayo, participants? Are you still there? Are you still with us? Yes. Okay, so may tanong po ba tayo? Okay, so magtatanong na sila, ma'am. Best po. Okay, let's wait for a few seconds if may tanong tayo. Okay, ayan. Do we have any questions to our presenters? Participants? Okay, So siguro, ayan, I have one question for Ma'am Ivy and Ma'am Cherry Grace. So have you ever worried about not having the drive to stay in astronomy, given some of the societal pressure you are experiencing? So if ever lang po, nagkaroon din ba kayo ng time na nag-worry in staying in astronomy? Sige po. Who wants to go first po? Let's hear from Dr. Ivy. Ma'am Ivy, naka-mute po ata.
Yeah, hello, good afternoon again. Thank you so much for this. And yes, there were really times na may mga worries tayo, like me as a teacher. But of course, with the constraints, with the different constraints and challenges that we could ever have. Parte na kasi siya ng curriculum natin, like astronomy education, whether we like it or not, part na siya ng curriculum natin. And it is our task, teachers, to really deliver what is due to the students as part of the curriculum design that we are experiencing or that we are practicing right now or that we are implementing. So kung ano yung binibigay sa amin na instruction galing central office, we will really implement that. Especially that established na yung mga programs natin like STE or the Science, Technology, Engineering Program, the STEM. So lahat yun naka-arrange na according to the different competencies intended for astronomy education. Like spiral progression siya, so like from grade 3 to grade 12 in basic education. So maraming curriculum transitions na nangyari. So like when I started teaching in 2006, I've experienced curriculum transition, 3 curriculum transitions, pero hindi siya nawala. Although may mga na-change lang na mga topics as per evaluation of the different specialists. Kasi siguro may mga topics na hindi na masyadong kailangan or hindi na masyadong relevant sa panahon ngayon. So that's why tinatanggal at merong dinadagdag kasi relevant na siya ngayon sa panahon ngayon. So yun, with all those things, fortunately we were able to adjust and we were able to really deliver it to our clientele as per instructed to us. And ina-capacitate naman din kami bago namin binibigay sa mga learners namin. So like a lot of trainings were given to us online or face-to-face or dati pa bago pa nagkaroon ng pandemya. So yun. Maraming challenges, but for us teachers, kailangan namin makipaglaban, kailangan namin ipagpatuloy. And of course, maraming umaasa sa amin. Aside from, we are trying to inspire as much as possible everyone, even non-STEM students. But yes, yun yung ano namin, yun yung task, yun yung mission, yun yung goal, and yun yung dapat namin. Thank you.
Thank you very much po, Dr. Ivy. Let's hear from Dr. Jelly po.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Jelly. Sorry, Dr. Jelly, na-mute po ata kayo ulit.
Hello?
Ayan po. Okay na po, Dr.
Okay
Jelly.
na.
Thank you.
Okay. So far, before the pandemic, I used to teach astronomy sa mga students namin dito sa school. Then, during the pandemic, parang may nag-change kami ng mga yung loading. So, yung dating ako yung nagtuturo ng astronomy is parang nabigay sa ibang teacher. So far naman, konti lang naman yung students namin na mayroong subject na astronomy. Usually sila yung mga physical science student namin dati, na ngayon science student na rin. So kasi nag-change ng curriculum before pa sa pandemic. So sa astronomy na part, wala naman kami masyadong problem. Although kulang kami ng facilities actually kung talagang Like we're planning to buy kahit maliit lang na telescope. Although nakikita naman nila sa mayroon naman sa internet, di ba? Magagamit naman nila yung mga marami silang makita sa internet na related sa astronomy na matutunan din nila. Pero yung talagang hands-on na for example, may telescope sana tapos kung gusto nilang tingnan yung moon, yung planets like Jupiter, Saturn. Although Jupiter and Saturn pwede makita sa naked eye kahit walang telescope pag alam mo lang yung coordinates. Actually, when I was in Japan, nakagamit kami ng mga magagandang telescope nila doon. So makita mo siya, basta alam mo kung saan banda siya sa time na to. Then kahit walang telescope. Then, pero dito sa atin, gusto rin namin bumili ng telescope. So parang naano lang kami sa budget, then dumating tong pandemic. So yun yung mga isa sa mga challenges dito pagdating sa astronomy. And well, hindi naman kami nawalan ng pag-asa. We're still pursuing na sana this time makabili na kami. Kasi 'di ba, nag-pandemic, so pag mag-purchase ka kasi ng mga materials like sa lab, ang dami pang daanan na mga ano, 'di ba? So 'yun. So far so good. Okay. Pagdating sa astronomy.
Thank you very much po, Dr. Jelly. So may follow-up question po. As a PhD holder po, do you still experience imposter syndrome? If so, how do you manage it po?
Pakiulit lang.
Sino pong gusto
yung
mag-start? As PhD holder, do you still experience po an imposter syndrome?
Imposter syndrome?
Yes po.
What do you mean?
Yung yung feeling po na parang hindi natin deserve yung position po natin ngayon. Yung mayroon pa rin po tayong yung doubt or fear, ganyan po.
Okay.
As a PhD holder. Sige po. Waiting po kay Dr. Jelly.
When I was a PhD student noon, parang of course maraming stress, di ba? Maraming challenges. Tapos ang ano lang nito, ang kagandahan ng kahit physics yung usually alam natin pag physics, di ba, mahirap. So sa akin naman is I see to it na kahit gaano pa kahirap yung isang bagay, I try to relax. Kumbaga, stressful ka na nga sa trabaho mo, tapos ini-stress mo pa ang sarili mo, you have to think positively. Sabi nga nila, kung mahirap yung trabaho mo, huwag mo isipin na mahirap. Isipin mo siyang madali para yung hirap niya mabawasan ng half. Pero kapag mahirap yung work, tapos iniisip mo pang mahirap, yung hirap niya maging double. So I always think positively in everything. Physics man yan, work man yan, kahit ano. I have to control myself. It's a matter of conditioning the mind, actually. And it's a matter on how you control things na may mga bagay na hindi mo kayang makontrol. So just adjust. I-adjust mo yung sarili mo. Huwag mo masyadong i-stress kasi kapag ini-stress mo ang sarili mo, so parang hindi naman ma-solve yung problem, di ba? Sa physics, sanay tayo mag-solve ng problem. So dapat sa totoong buhay, marunong din tayo mag-solve. You have to apply kung ano yung natutunan natin sa physics, sa astronomy, you have to apply it to yourself first. Para hindi lang puro academics, di ba? Dapat sa totoong buhay natin, i-apply natin lahat. Practical application. Kung ano yung natutunan natin concept, i-apply natin sa sarili natin. Kahit gaano kahirap, actually, yung mga ganyan, parang nasanay na ako sa hirap. Yung kumbaga parang noon, mas mahirap ang buhay. Kumbaga parang sa akin, noon nga, mas mahirap pa ang buhay na kaya nga natin. Ngayon pa kaya, di ba? Parang ganun. So parang madali lang isipin lahat ng bagay. Parang kaya lang, carry lang, parang ganun lang. So normal ang challenges, normal ang stress. It's up to you how to handle it. Ganun lang.
Thank you very much po, Dr. Jelly. How about po kay Dr. Ivy?
Yeah, normally it's testing the way we are reacting on a situation. So like we are trying to be asking ourselves on doubting our abilities and feeling like yung parang yun mahirap. So, of course naman, with my 18 years of, or with my 18 years of experience in the teaching field, and with all my outputs, like yung mga estudyanteng kung saan-saan na nakita, and with all their achievements, and with all the educational background that we had, as a PhD holder, of course, it makes us more confident. It makes us more driven to go for what we ought to do. And wala nang lugar para i-question yun kasi, of course, with the school that from which we took our degree, hindi na questionable yun. And of course, from the students that we had or we handled before, at kung anong nangyari or anong narating nila ngayon, parang yun pa lang, it could justify how confident we are and how experienced we are right now. So with Doc Jelly, yes, I agree with her na wag nating i-stress at we don't live to impress everyone. We don't live to satisfy their expectations. We live to what we believe is right, what we believe is true, and what we believe is honestly done. So yun, para sa akin, sa edad kong to and sa experience na meron ako, parang wala na siyang lugar. So okay lang, happy ako sa mga naging output namin, happy ako sa experience ko for the past 18 years. So yun.
Wow, thank you po for your inputs, Dr. Jelly and Dr. Ivy. Another question po from Ms. Criza Pimentel. Any tips po for someone with a non-astro degree who still wants to pursue astronomy? So may mga opportunities po ba given sa mga non-astro or physics aspirants? So, thank you po. Ms.
Of course, while I am a STEM teacher, I also have general science-related yung expertise or yung concentration. But of course, meron din sa kanilang mga number of students who are also fascinated with the field of science and still chose to take it in their college degrees. And maso-surprise ka na lang na naging engineer sila, naging doctor sila, or naging astronomy-related courses, or kinuha nila yung astronomy-related courses. So, as far as I know, lahat posible, lahat pwedeng gawin. And like Jean Patrick, he was a simple student. He was my simple student na parang malayo at matayog ang dream. Pero kahirap-hirap imaginein yung maging scholar ka ng isang PhD degree tapos sa Amerika. Paano niya kinuha yun? Paano niya na-achieve yun? Was because of his drive, was because na ginusto niya, kinuha niya, ginawa niya lahat. At diniscover niya kung paano makapasok doon, kung paano maka-avail ng scholarships. Maraming scholarships ngayon available locally, nationally, and abroad. Halos lahat ng mga estudyante nakaka-avail ng free entry sa college nila at free entry sa master's degree and PhD degree nila. So, para sa akin, if gusto nyo, may gusto kayo, ginusto nyo, kukunin nyo yun, gagawin nyo lahat, at ini-equip nyo yung sarili nyo. Kasi for me, I have observed two kinds of students. Yung isa, walang interest sa klase. Yung isa naman, sobrang seryoso, gusto niyang malaman or gusto niyang maintindihan kung ano yung mga instructions ng teachers. So when they graduated high school, yung isa na hindi masyadong interested, hindi masyadong decisive sa kanyang gustong maging pag-college. Yung isa naman na medyo sineryoso yung pag-aaral, medyo naintindihan, nakuha niya yung dapat intindihin sa mga binibigay na competencies ng DepEd. Pagdating ng graduation, decisive siya masyado. Alam na alam niya kung anong gusto niya. Alam na alam niya kung anong kukunin niya. So, yung mga gustong magkaroon ng astronomy-related fields, maso-surprise ka na lang, nandun na sila. Kasi, alaman nila na na-diagnose sarili nila when they had their basic education na, oh, magaling ako, magaling pala ako dito. Yung parang self-check pa lang, alam na nila kung saan sila magaling. Lalong-lalo na kung nagkaroon ng diagnostic test or yung mga achievement test. Pag nakita nila yung result nila, uy, magaling ka dito na field. So, alam nila na po pwede silang pumasok sa mga ganyan. Like, yung mga resulta ng mga UFCAT, resulta ng mga entrance exams, yun. Malaking tulong sa kanila para malaman kung saan sila po pwede at pwede para sila sa mga astronomy-related courses. Parang gano'n.
Thank you, Doc Ivy and Dr. Jelly. Dr. Jelly, naka-mute po ulit.
Okay na? Okay. So, actually, dito sa amin, I used to encourage my students, usually mga graduate students at saka yun din yung mga undergrad, to pursue astronomy. Actually, siguro na-inspire ko din sila kasi nung ako pa yung mga ginawa kong analysis doon nung nag-aral ako ng PhD, tapos paano ko na-cope up lahat ng mga challenges na being a woman, being a foreigner in Japan, na parang ako lang isa sa lab pero nakaya ko. So I always inspire my students. Kaya nga kapag may mga SPVM, yung mga National Conference ng Physics, ako yung nagdadala sa mga estudyante dito sa school namin to attend. Actually, kahit saan nakakarating sa Cebu, dala-dala ko yung mga estudyante, kahit na noon binawal pa sa amin dito na yung field trip, ganyan, parang mga maglabas yung mga estudyante dahil may instant na disgrasya yung mga estudyante. So ako, I take full responsibility. Kapag sinama ko yung mga estudyante, dala-dala ko sila kasi usually pag nag-attend ako ng conference, national conference, nagpe-present ako para hindi masayang yung pamasahe ko kasi, di ba, mag-attend ka lang doon, participant ka lang. So dapat mag-present ka, tapos minsan moderator din ako or what. Marami akong role doon. So marami akong certificates. Tapos nandun yung estudyante, ini-inspire ko sila na ganito dapat ginagawa niyo. So yun naman, hanggang ngayon nga, yung mga students namin na graduate na, interesado sila masyado sa astronomy. And I always encourage them maghanap ng mga scholarship, di ba? Kasi sa physics, sa astronomy, maraming scholarship. So kung pwede kayong lumabas, sige, labas kayo habang bata kayo. So yun. And lagi yun. Usually nagchat-chat kami, tapos nagtatanong sila sa akin. Ako rin kung may na-applyan sila scholarship, ako yung isa sa mga referee nila. So reference persons, I mean. So, yun. I see to it na kung ano yung ginawa ko dati and kung paano ako na-mentor ng aking mga professors sa PhD at saka masters, I see to it na parang transfer of, mentoring. Kumbaga, paano ako na-mentor, yun din ang pag-mentor ko sa kanila. So, it's more of inaalagaan sila, hindi naman pinapamper, pero inaalagaan ko sila para lalo silang magporsige doon sa field na yun na gusto nila. So maraming yung iba nga hindi naman sila talagang physics or gusto nila mag-astronomy, gusto din nila mag-transfer, so pero may iba silang field. So yun, na-inspire sila dahil sa always encouraging them, no? Tapos usually pag may mga events, I invite them. Yun. So and I think yung kahit hindi naman sila physics or astronomy yung course nila, tapos gusto nilang mag-pursue doon sa astronomy, 'di ba? May mga ganong students na may isang nagtanong sa akin dati kung pwede ba daw siyang pumasok. So actually, wala namang problema doon. As long as yung school i-admit ka, then siguro kung yung ibang subjects mo is na-credit, kung hindi naman na-credit, di willing ka naman bumalik sa uno para lang makuha mo yung mapunta ka dun sa course na gusto mo. It's just a matter of your choice. Ikaw lang magde-decide dun para sa sarili mo for your future. So actually, based on experience, when I was in Korea, yung postdoc ako doon, so may mga students na kasama ko sa lab. Ang lab namin is space science lab. So halo-halo doon, may master students, may PhD student, may postdoc, may ganun. So yung mga napansin ko, yung mga master students nila, ang mga course nila, before sila nag-master ng physics, nag-master ng astro, mayroon silang mga estudyante na IT, may engineering, ganun. Tapos may physics din. Tapos, so meaning, hindi ko alam kung same ba tayo ng style. Pero dun sa kanila, mas magagaling pa nga yung hindi physics talaga kasi yung lalo na yung mga IT, ang gagaling nila sa analysis. So kasi nagtanong ako, sabi, anong course niyo sa yung isa is galing sa Seoul National University. IT ang course niya, tapos nagmaster ng astronomy. Tapos mayroon ding ibang course, engineering something. Tapos mayroon ding physics, ganun. So sabi ko, di okay lang naman pala. Basta as long as kaya naman ng mo. At saka mas pa nga sila sa computer analysis kasi mga IT, di ba, mga yung mga electronics and computer engineering, sila sa programming, ganun. So I think sa mga estudyante or sa mga gustong mag-physics or gustong mag-astro, it's a matter of yung kung ano talaga ang gusto mong gawin sa buhay mo, sa future mo. You have to decide now. You have to decide now. And mahirap kasi yung ngayon iba naman, bukas iba naman. So dapat once you choose your field, panindigan mo na yan, no? Para hindi masayang yung time. Just for example sa akin, kasi favorite ko na talaga yung physics, high school pa lang ako, or science. Kaya nung nag-college ako, nag-physics talaga ako. Then nag-master ako ng physics. Then nag-doctor ako ng physics, pero iba-ibang field na, nag-astrophysics kasi mas gusto ko rin yung astronomy, so astrophysics. Yung iba naman, may mga na mga field ngayon, may astrobiology, astro pa rin, biochemistry, mga ganun, di ba? Na yung mga fields na. So, mas marami nga silang choices ngayon actually itong mga kabataan ngayon. So, I encourage you pag nagpili kayo ng field, go. Kung ano yung gusto ng heart mo, go. Okay.
Thank you so much po, Dr. Ivy and Dr. Jelly. So we will now move on to complete our panel for this afternoon. Our last speaker hails from Tabuk, Kalinga. She is currently a Senior Research Associate, Operations Lead, and Ground Controller at Biotechnology Space Support Center in Switzerland. Biotech acts on behalf of the European Space Agency that is tasked to guide scientists who are conducting experiments with astronauts and the International Space Station. Joining us from Switzerland, let us give a warm welcome to Dr. Gwendolyn B. Pascua.
Hello, magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. So, umagang-umaga dito sa amin ngayon. I'm actually, this is where I'm in the lounge or meeting room in our office. Nasa opisina ako ngayon. And actually, I also wanted to show you around later, maybe, if I have the time for that. And thank you very much for this opportunity to share with you what I do or what I did before as well. And to also show you what I'm doing now, what are my projects, and what keeps us busy around here. So we're located here in Switzerland. I actually prepared a presentation. I just have to see how I could share it with you. Do I have the sharing capability?
Yes, Miss Gwendolyn. Yes po, Doc Pascua.
How do I do that? Otherwise, I could maybe, because I'm using a laptop which I just got downstairs. Okay. Oh, do you see my presentation?
Not yet po, Dr. Pascua.
Hello? Oh, that is my problem now. Okay. Work?
No po.
Okay. Can I call you back? I think I'd rather just go in my office computer and then I will try to connect from there.
Sure po, Dr. Pascua.
If that's fine. I will just transfer because this one doesn't allow me to do that. I'm sorry. I'll come back.
Yes po. No worries po, Dr. Pascua. See you po in a bit.
See you.
again, Dr. Jelly, Dr. Ivy, thank you very much po. While waiting for Dr. Gwendolyn, maybe we could have a short break. Ayan, so pwede po tayong minom ng drinks, grab your coffee. So we'll see you in a bit po. Thank you.
There. I hope do you see me now or do you hear me?
Hi, Dr. Pascua. Yes po, we can see you po and we can hear you loud and clear.
All right. Okay, share screen. There it goes. All right. So, do you see my presentation? I don't know which screen you're looking at.
Dr. Pasco, hindi pa po.
Oh. How about now?
Ayan po.
But which screen do you see?
Yung PC nyo lang po, yung Windows PC nyo lang po, Doc.
Here. This is not going good. There it is.
Yes po. Ayan po.
Because I have several screens.
No worries
Now,
po.
do you see?
Yes po.
Or at least, do you see it in big or do you see it in just?
Kita po yung notes po sa right
here.
side.
Okay, I think it's just better that I do that one. Okay.
Yes.
Does it work? Okay, so thank you again for this opportunity and thank you for waiting for me. It's actually really early morning here on our side. We just started to come here to work at the moment, and yeah, it's 8 o'clock, 8:46 to be exact. So thank you for having me, for having this time to be with you and to share with you my path at least. So now, as mentioned, I'm working at the Biotechnology Space Support Center. I will let you know about that later on. So this will be the overview of my talk. I will give you a bit of my background, where I come from, what did I do before, where am I now, and at least maybe to give you an idea what our job is at Biotest. So that will be the second part. And then I will let you know about my project now, which is called Simon. So as you see here on the third part of it. And then my reflections. So anong mga parang, what did I learn? Or sa mga ginawa ko, ano yung mga natutunan ko, ano yung pwede kong ibahagi sa inyo, kind of like tips, for example, or at least yung mga learnings ko sa buhay. And then maybe a brief, what are my insights, my outlook for the future. So that would be the overview. So here's like kind of say a roadmap. So as you all know, or as introduced, I hail from Tabuk, Kalinga. So doon ako pinanganak. Tapos nag-move kami sa Manila dahil sa work ng mama ko. So I come from a family of professionals actually from Kalinga. My grandparents were both educators. And so they value education. So lahat ng mga anak niya, mga apo, they made sure that you learn something or you go to school. So my family is from there, and then we moved to Manila kasi sa work ng mama ko. She used to be a nurse in St. Luke's. She was a head nurse there, so we moved there until I was about 6, and then bumalik kami sa Kalinga. I did there my elementary school. So I was in a public elementary school, and also my high school there. I was in Tabuk National High School special science class. So we followed a curriculum from the DOST actually with this science class. So we took an exam given by the DOST, and then there it was I got first introduced to how science in the science field kasi kahit na high school following a DOST curriculum, so doon parang more science related yung curriculum mismo. And then I got quite lucky that I passed the UPCAT, so I went to UP in Diliman. And then there I actually first I was not really in the physics field right away, so I just transferred to physics after the first year, and then I did my bachelor's in applied physics. Tapos pagkatapos noon, nag-masters din ako ng physics there, but I did not really finish my thesis. But
then I decided to do another master's. So I got introduced with my master's program when I went for a short course actually in Trieste in the International Center for Theoretical Physics. I did there a very short course on neutron scattering, and there I met some professors who introduced me about the course. It's called Masters in Material Science, Exploiting Large-Scale Facilities. So my first year I was in France and Université de Rennes. And then after that, it was a double degree. So I moved to Germany and Munich in LMU and TU Munich. And then after I did there my master's internship, I moved to Switzerland at the Paul Scherrer Institute. And there I met my future PhD supervisor at that time. And then I continued to PhD with the Laboratory for Neutron Scattering at PSI. And I got my degree from the University of Zurich in experimental physics. And then after, I did a short postdoc there at the university. And I while doing my postdoc, I actually don't know yet what I really wanted to do. So you see, from there, I was also looking for several jobs. And I was so interested really in space that I even follow like the social media. For example, at the time of astronauts like Chris Hadfield, I was reading his books and following what they do. So when I learned that there is a kind of a space support center here in Switzerland, so I applied, and then I got lucky, and then I was able to offer the position. So from there I stayed here in Switzerland. So now I'm here for almost or more than 13 years now. And so that's kind of the story. And then I will let you now maybe introduce to you what we do here at Biotest. So here, Biotest is one of the European USOCs, as we call it. It's a user support and operations center. There used to be around 9 scattered around Europe. So yun, meron sa iba-ibang parts from Norway to Italy to Madrid. However, at this time, there's only 5 USOCs because the others has to be transitioned into something else. So, so here we have the one here. It's called the Swiss USOC. It's the Biotest. And what do? We support the experiments primarily in the International Space Station. So I think I will not go into, so I think everybody knows what the International Space Station is. It's kind of an orbiting satellite where we could do experiments up there, and it's manned. We do several experiments there, from biology to physics to any other related field. It also meteorology, physiology, basically all the space flight experiments that we do. So it's basically also big collaboration of several countries. So the European Space Agency, NASA, Roscosmos, Canadian Space Agency, and of course the JAXA from the Japanese Space Agency. And with ESA, there are several member states, so all over Europe. I actually don't remember how many states exactly. It's 20-something states. And Switzerland is a part of it. So here, the Columbus module is primarily where we do our experiments here within ESA. And as USOC or our centers, operation centers, we facilitate or support the experiments that we do sa Columbus module primarily. And of course, we also still have experiments in other modules with collaborating countries.
but most of our experiments we do in Columbus. This is the European Scientific Experiment Module within the ISS. So here is my team here at Biotest. As you see, we're not really a very big team, but it's very diverse because we're actually, it's a mix of a lot of expertise, I would say. So we're a mix of biochemists, biologists, engineers, mechanical engineers, physicists, computer scientists or IT specialists. And yeah, that's the good thing about it, because then we can work together in different projects that we do, technical projects, biological experiments, things like that. So this is my team. Yeah, it's yeah, also a mix of nationalities. Okay, I'm coming from the other continent, but most of them are actually here from Europe. And yeah, maybe also the only Asians and Filipino. So here, I think I will not show you yet a sneak peek about Biotest, maybe later on when we have a bit more time, but to tell you more really what we do. So basically our mission is to have a successful and smooth experiment execution by the astronauts. But actually our support entails different phases within the mission itself. So here we also have like several facilities, or we call them payloads, that we have on orbit in the station, in which we put our experiments or yeah, facilities that runs our experiments basically. So we have here, for example, the biolab facility. It's a rack in Columbus where we put biological experiments. Here, the cubic, it's an incubator for biological samples. We also have technical payloads. For example, Simon, which I will be talking about later because I'm the operations lead for this project. And then the AstroPi, this is actually these two payloads that we have, the educational payload operations. We facilitate the educational programs of each European astronaut that goes on orbit. Of course, we want to involve the public, the students, it's how we can involve basically, it's our public outreach. And then the AstroPi is actually a very small Raspberry Pi computer where we engage the students to put their codes, and then we run it on the station. So this AstroPi has several sensors and capabilities where we could put the codes and then we run it, and then the students can get the results. So it's actually a good way for us to engage the students to do more and to use space flight to keep them interested, to steer their interest in the fields of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So as I mentioned, we have actually mission phases where we are engaged in. So we have, even in the preparation and implementation phase, so we talk with the scientists, with payload developers, how we should do the experiment. So in the early start of the mission itself, or an experiment that we want to fly, we have to already really make a good design, how we should, for example, implement things, and the science behind it, we have to know it as well. What we have to do, what we have to develop, how do we organize it, how do we launch it. So all of these things has, yeah, it entails a lot of the coordination, a lot of planning, for example. And then, of course, before we fly an experiment, we need to do a lot of tests here on ground. So we simulate a lot of things, the what if scenarios. So if something happens, we should know how to react to it. So from the before launch, during the launch, and after the launch. So all of these things has to be taken care of. And so we do what we call the experiment sequence test on ground, where, for example, even our procedures, the procedures that we prepared for the astronauts, how they should do the experiment step by step, for example. So all of these are intricately
tested, for example. So in terms of its safety, hazards, for example. So all of these things has to be taken into account. And before launch, we also go, for example, before to Kazakhstan before the launch to prepare samples. If it's a biological sample, sometimes we have to prepare them on site, for example, because sometimes they have time constraints. So we have to like know how to really deal with any to troubleshoot, for example, in case of problems. So here I also have here a picture of me doing ground tests at the European Astronaut Center in Cologne in Germany, where we have there a Columbus mock-up where we have, for example, all the interfaces that we need. So yeah, basically it's really a lot of preparation, and good preparation means mission success as well. So that's why we have to prepare very good. We have to, look like in the overview of things that we don't miss anything. So it's actually a lot of people involved as well, and then different backgrounds and expertise where we have to work together as a team. So here I'm showing you, and during the preparation phase as well, as I mentioned, we prepare the procedures. So for example, here, the procedure of an experiment that we do in Cubic. And I have here an example of a timeline of an astronaut, because also the planning, how much time, for example, we call it the crew time. An astronaut can perform an experiment, everything has to be optimized, because crew time is kind of a very precious commodity in the ISS, where, so lahat ng, for example, yung nakikita nyo dito, it's a timeline. We call it the timeline of the astronauts. So from the time they sleep, post-sleep, and then we have what we call the morning daily summary or the daily conference, daily planning conference for the astronauts, where we give them like ano ba yung gagawin nila within the day. And then for each astronaut, for example, F is 6 here. It was Paolo Nespoli. It's Italian. He's an Italian ESA astronaut. And then yeah, you can see here when they have to do the exercise, for example, and for each experiment they have to do, everything has to be really planned, optimized in terms of crew time, or what are the things they need to prepare for as well. Ano yung mga tools na kailangan nila. So all of this, we as ground experts, we prepare it beforehand. And this is part of our job as well. And also within the preparation and implementation phase, we do the crew training with the astronauts. So we show them the experiment. We talk together with the trainers. We talk with them how they should do the experiment. At least they should have a briefing before they launch. So we have a bit of time with them. And then so we meet them before, and of course after, there's also a debrief when they come back to Earth, so that we will also be able to know where to improve, what do we have to do, yung ganon. So, and then during the execution phase, so we have to be on console, as we call it. So as you see here, we have several like console computers where we coordinate together as a team, together with the Columbus Control Center in Munich. So these are like several other positions that we deal with in terms of technical stuff, and to communicate what we have to do all together. And of course, before we do all of these things, we do a lot of ground simulations as well, and trainings together, so that we can support the astronauts properly and correctly and safely on orbit. So yeah, so there we of course have to be to have the mission successful. We also have to take note, of course, that it's the crew safety that's primarily our aim, that the crew is always safe. So when they do something, of course, we have to warn them. For example, if there are stuff within the experiment that's a bit hazardous, or how to deal with it, things like that. So
we are on consultants. We should be ready on ground to troubleshoot with them and to instruct them how they should react properly as well. So all of these things involves a lot of coordination. So if there's time later, maybe I could show you a bit our control room. I to the PI, the scientists. So several data that we have in terms of science and or the process data that we can already do or that we did. So now I hope I still have some time to discuss with you or to show you at least what Simon is. So Simon stands for Crew Interactive Mobile Companion. So we call it Simon. It's the world's first AI-powered companion in space. So basically, it's a project funded by the DLR, supported by ESA, and Airbus is the payload developer. The AI of Simon comes from IBM, and then we have the scientists working with us and doctors working with us from the LMU. And of course, we do the operations here at Biotest. So what basically a robot? So okay, I have here as well a kind of a picture with Simon. And it's basically a robot with artificial intelligence. What it can do, you can control it verbally via voice input, and then it outputs you some, yes, it can output via its screen. So it wants to, when it wants to show you something, for example, or it wants to show you some video, some what else? It has artificial intelligence. It's an assistant, for example, for performing an experiment on orbit, and it's battery powered, but we can also, of course, power it via cable. It has a propulsion system. It has absolute navigation, so you can command this navigation via commanding remotely from ground. So we can send command from here at Biotest. And then you can also command it verbally. So if you say, Simon, translate by, say, 50 centimeters, or go to this rack, go to BioLab rack, for example, and then it's able to do that. So it's basically, it's a robot that can see, it can understand, it can show you something, it can hear something, of course. It has microphones, and it can speak, and it can fly. So it's with this motors, it can fly within the station itself. So what are its capabilities? As I mentioned, it's basically used for an assistant scenario. So it should be able to relieve some daily tasks from astronauts as well. And for sure, hopefully with this, also with the social interaction in a long duration mission, for example, it can be a companion. It has monitoring scenario, so it has several sensors in it where it could monitor the environment. The remote scenario, we can control the ground. And of course, to take care of the privacy of the astronauts, it's also has this offline scenario where everything is cut and it's just a floating ball, for example. So those are some of the capabilities of Simon, that it's should be able to relieve at least some stress from astronauts in long duration missions, for example. So the link from space, so actually from, say, Columbus or from the ISS, it's the signal runs through the satellite within NASA, and then the signal comes to the Columbus Control Center in Oberpfaffenhofen in Germany, and then it goes to us here in Switzerland at Biotest, where we have here the stationary ground system. And of course, in between, it's like a complex connectivity and several firewalls, and for security, for example, that we have to take care of those things too. And then you see one signal is about 0.4 seconds and in one direction only. So within it's a round trip runtime signal of 0.8 seconds. So it's quite actually not so bad, right? It's not so slow. So here I would like to share with you the first day of Simon and the ISS in the 15th of November. I hope you will be able to see a video. Okay. If it plays. I'm sorry. I cannot play media. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Okay, maybe there is something wrong. I should play it too. Okay, I'm sorry. I could not play you the media itself, but maybe I will just, I guess also I guess if I do this. I'm sorry that it's not playing, but that's too bad because I really wanted to show you. And also, of course, the ground support. Let me check. This one too cannot be played, but I have here, can I stop sharing for a moment and then I will show you another way. Oh dear, okay. Somebody removed the file format.
Simon, wake up.
Do you see it?
I'm waiting.
Not yet po.
Oh,
No.
okay.
What's your name?
Okay, I know now.
My name is Simon.
So do you see it?
Not yet po. We can only hear the audio. There you go po. Apo. Thank you po.
What's your name? My name is Simon.
Sorry,
Simon,
sorry.
where do you come from? I'm from Friedrichshafen at the Lake of Constance. It's a nice place. Simon, what can you do for me? I always aim to improve my performance. For that, I will send the survey answers after each experiment down to Earth. But we can also do some small talk, if you want to. Simon, tell me something about space. Twice during Mercury's orbit, it gets so close to the sun and speeds so much that the sun seems to go backwards in the sky. And I'm ready to let it fly. Simon, do a positive yaw by 90 degrees. Wilco, positive yaw by 90 degrees. Very good. I am happy you like it. Simon, can you help me with the procedure? Which one of the procedures do you want to do? Help me with the epo-crystallization procedure. The required equipment is shown on the screen. Are you ready to start? Yes. The EPO Flying Classroom 2 crystallization of charged particles demonstrates the charging of nylon and Teflon particles after shaking. Now we can start the main experiment. What equipment do I need? Sorry, I'm just a robot. I don't know everything you mentioned.
Show me the next step, please.
Start recording on both camcorders. If you want to open the reference procedure.
Cancel procedure.
Really cancel the procedure.
Yes.
Closing the current procedure.
Simon, play my favorite song.
Okay, I like your favorite hits too.
There we go. He's playing The Man Machine by Kraftwerk. Very fitting. Please stop playing music. Very good. Thanks for that. Ready for next step. Simon, take a video stream with your front camera.
So this is what Simon
I'm
says.
taking a video with the front camera now.
Okay, I can see the video.
Let's sing along those favorite hits.
But he's still in music mode.
So
cancel music.
I love music. You can dance too. All right. Favorite hits incoming.
Cancel music.
What else can I do for you?
If he really likes the music, I understand that.
I understood. Do you like the music? I understand that.
I did shake it before, but he's already playing a video stream. I mean, he's showing the video stream, but still talking about music. Also, he was a bit close to deck. I'll put him back in the center of the cabin, but actually he appears to like the deck position better because he's starting to slide back down towards the deck.
Be nice, please.
I am nice. He's accusing me of not being nice.
Cool. How else can I
He
help
just doesn't know me when I'm not nice.
Okay, so just maybe to give you an
All right,
insight how it is on ground.
He's drifting back.
So while it was Alex Gerst performing the experiment or handling Simon, I was the one talking with him on the headset, telling him how to do or what to do next, for example. So I could maybe give you a short footage as well, how it is when we're supporting here from ground. So this is how it is here with us. So we are on console. So I'm the one with my headset. I can talk to Alexander Gerst during real-time operations.
Aware of his surroundings. So after which that you detach it.
So this is the ground support that we do.
Simon, wake up.
So we can send commands, we can we monitor everything from ground, and then yeah, you see there are several people and experts that are here with us during that time in case during real-time operations. So this is part of our task, and yeah, that's basically it. So I think I could go back to my presentation. And so the mission of Simon, it continued. Actually, we
we used it, or another astronaut used it in February 2020. We actually commissioned the second model because we have to bring the first model back home to Earth. And we have to recommission again the other one, and this is the flight 2 that we have on orbit until now. So we have a current mission ongoing. Actually, tomorrow we have our ongoing operations with Matthias Maurer. So it's quite busy around here at the moment. So we have the mission with another ESA German astronaut we prepared something for education this time. So this is the first one that we're using Simon for education purposes. And also, of course, we want to do science with Simon. And yeah, in the future, hopefully we will bring Simon somewhere else in space, maybe in the moon, or for long duration mission as it's designed for. And the team behind Simon is actually numbers. We're about a lot of people working on it, a lot of engineers and scientists. And yeah, you see here kind of like the the lead for each aspect of Simon. So I'm the one leading the operations of it. And here we have the payload developers, the scientists, the one from IBM doing the AI, and of course our founder from founding people from DLR, and of course it's sponsored by the German Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy and ESA. So yeah, I mentioned I would like to tell you, of course, my reflections. I'm sorry, there. So you see, it's actually like a path that's not very, no path in this world, I think, is straightforward, but everyone's path is unique. And you see there that wherever we may go, or wherever this path leads us, it may not be easy or smooth, but along the way we try to surpass all or overcome these difficulties. And we know that as our foundation that we had from our family, we could persist or surpass these difficulties by having the strength in our character. So within these difficulties, actually, we can build our characters, strengthen our characters, and that's the most important part of it, right? So I'm also maybe, the education, the learnings that we had, to keep them with us, to find the balance, the right balance, to have that correct balance. That's very important, to have a balance within your physical, mental, spiritual, emotional self. And also, of course, if you keep the faith and to always pray, that could guide you along the way. Cliche as it may sound, but it does from my experience. And of course, kahit na mahirap talaga, di ba, nakakayanan natin, lalo-lalo na sa mga Filipino. I really appreciate that. So having lived in different countries, seeing other cultures, nakita ko how resilient the Filipinos are. So kaya nilang i-withstand ng mga iba-ibang klaseng stress. And I like the attitude na kahit na mahirap, maraming Filipino ang nag-smile lang, di ba? Nakikita naman natin yan. Like kahit na bumagyo pa, kahit na mahirap ang tinatahak na daan, tapos kasama ng pamilya, masaya pa rin ang mga Filipinos. And I would say, of course, na being a Filipino as well, na lucky tayo kasi we are in a gender neutral society. What I mean is, sa mga nakita ko like here in the West, for example, even our language itself, walang distinction. For example, sa Filipino, walang gender ang mga bagay-bagay like in another language. say in German or in French or any other language, like mga nouns nila, they put gender in them, if it's masculine, feminine, or if it's a neuter noun. So that means also, whereas sa Filipino language, like the third person pronoun, for example, di ba, sinasabi natin siya, na walang distinction kung babae ka man o lalaki, basta you're a person, and that doesn't matter, because that also means maybe somehow hardwired in our brains na babae man tayo or ano pa man, our abilities is surpassed by all of those, na walang distinction. Kasi parang yung capabilities natin is just defined by who we are, kung ano yung gusto natin gawin, na may access tayo to anything that we can do. And I think I'm quite lucky na namulat tayo sa ganung klaseng pag-iisip, na kahit babae ka pa, kahit na say, okay, taga saan ka man, and it doesn't matter, kasi what really matters is how determined you are to do something, how passionate you are with what you're doing, and na to do what is right also all the time, to set your vision straight and to do something with an impact, for example, and then to find your purpose. And naniniwala din ako na yung kung ano man yung nasa puso natin, basta you act it out, nakakamit natin kung anong kaya natin gawin. Kasi actually, when we explore our limits, when we go out of our comfort zones, that's when we can harness our full potentials. And I would say na actually hindi mo naman kailangan ng sobrang matataas na grades, because honestly, when I was in UP, I did a lot of other things that, like, I had several interests. I joined sports. I was training for the table tennis varsity. I was doing a lot of extracurricular activities, say, and I had several organizations where we support a lot of outreach programs. And from there, I think I just want to say na hindi puro academics yung pinagtuunan ko dati ng pansin, pero those activities, those learnings had built my character, and I was able to engage with a lot of people from different walks of life, for example, and I think that's very important as well for us to meet other people, engage other people, other cultures, accept people the way they are. I think those are very important, that we can go on with life. And so hopefully my outlook would be to, at this stage, I want to give back in any way I can, to do more educational outreach, because here actually I support a lot of educational outreach programs as well. Our group has a lot of outreach programs. We share what we do to even little children, and we design experiments for them, and then we also use our platform, or what we're doing here, we involve the students. And yeah, for the future, I would like to do also some projects that would mean or would involve environment stewardship, to take care of the environment more, and yeah, something like that. And I think that's about it. Maraming salamat sa inyong pakikinig. Ito yung view from the Pilatus. It's one of the main mountains here in Switzerland, in central Switzerland to be exact. And our office is located just next to the lake, so here at Biodesk. So maraming salamat again, and also of course Simon says thank you, and sana may na-share akong mabuti sa inyong lahat. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much po, Dr. Pascua, for sharing your work, your science, your journey, and especially Simon. Thank you also for your advice on what we can do to follow in your footsteps. Again, thank you for inspiring us. And now we will go ahead and take some time for the Q&A session. So to our participants, This is your chance to personally ask your questions to Dr. Pasqua. So just raise your hand, state your name, and ask your question. So any questions po for Dr. Pasqua? So while waiting for the participants, I have a question here. Ayan, regards po kay Simon. So can Simon speak other language po other than
Yeah,
English?
so yes,
Wow.
we're training him because we're doing this outreach, as I mentioned, we're doing Simon education at this time, and then we basically we're training Simon for German, the German language. So Simon can be switched to German, for example, for now. And yeah, sometime later, hopefully some other languages as well.
Yes po. Thank you po. Looking forward po. Ayan. So, other question, follow-up question po kayo about Simon. So, does it require high maintenance when it is in space?
Yes, we do a lot of updates with Simon. Of course, that's very important in terms of its development and security. So yes, we do a lot of maintenance. Not not so far so much, but those are planned, and we do a lot of updates in terms of its software.
Thank you so much po.
Before each mission, actually, before each mission, we update it.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Pasqua. By the way, have you experienced gender discrimination in working in Biodesk? If so, how did you manage it?
Gender discrimination. That's the good thing about it, actually. So far, okay naman. So, hindi ganun. It's a good working environment. So it's a very international. Of course, it's a part of ESA. So even though the work language is English, and yeah, it's very open, I would say.
Thank you po. Another question po from Kate Francisco. What level of German language or any language in Europe is required for foreigners to be able to work in Europe, especially in your field?
In my field, as I mentioned, the work language is English. So to get around, for sure, at least a basic German. So maybe if you're already in A2 or B1, that's most of the jobs here, they require at least B1 level. So yun. Pero if you're in international environment, like when I was even doing my PhD, I was still going to Deutsch course at that time. So hindi naman fluent yung German ko. But since it's in an international environment, you don't really need a very high level in German.
Thank you very much po. Another question. When did you decide to stay abroad to work? Did it occur to go, did it occur to you to go back here in PH to work? So,
if I have the opportunity, or I don't know, at the moment, in terms of family and opportunities, maybe, but I don't know yet. I haven't really thought about that. So far, my work and my personal life here is quite busy. So.
Thank you. Another question. What is it like to work in the field that is dominated by males?
Oh, sometimes it's also nice because how would I say? Sometimes it's good because you can interact with them and they have different perspectives, and if they are open to your perspectives and the scenario where everybody is they listen to your perspectives, then it's very good. Maybe there are, of course, some instances where you have like opposing views or stuff like this, but the good thing about it, of course, in this field, everybody is professional, so it's still manageable, I would say. But of course, it's not all the time that you all have to agree into something, but that's how also you progress. It's just sometimes how you present it and how you talk or deal with people. Sometimes it could really get very stressful when everybody, of course, is stressed. Then yeah, you have to have that patience and tolerance. And yeah, it's fine. I think I would say sometimes it's even nice because, of course, when you're working with men, it's still I don't want to say chivalry or something, but they respect you. Once they respect you and they get to know you, then it's very a harmonious working environment, and then it's very good.
Thank you so much po. Another question. Any tips on getting a job in biotest?
Oh, and if you have that expertise or field that we are looking for, then you could try applying with us. Yeah, as I mentioned, we are open to have like a diversity around here. Maybe try doing an internship or yeah, something like that. We also have actually biotest is a part of a smaller group, of a bigger group, I would say. It's a part of a group in the institute here in the university. So we also have like the science part and the teaching part, subgroup. So we have several groups within our institute. Then we could yeah, see where you could fit maybe, and then yeah, it could be a stepping stone, and then see what we do, and then yeah, improve your skills of what we are basically looking for. Prepare yourself. You don't need to have high
Another
training,
question
for sure. Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much. Another question. Being in operation, what is the most challenging part of your work?
It's basically a lot of preparations. Sometimes when everything comes together, or like of course not everything goes as planned sometimes, or as how we are expecting them to be. So that's when it gets very difficult, because we have to like react in an optimized way somehow if we are like in a crunch time, for example, because we work in several deadlines or in missions. Then it gets very difficult when that happens. Then kailangan namin to make another another plan how to deal with things. And then we have to do more tests, for example. And then yeah, when it really gets with the time constraints, then it gets more difficult like that. So yeah, also during real time execution, as we call it, the ops, you see, when we are supporting the astronaut on orbit and then something goes wrong, which of course happens, then it's very stressful at the time, because you really have to really think very fast how you should react or how you could help the astronaut. Then sometimes kahit na-train namin ng lahat ng bagay, then something comes up which is outside of those that we trained for or those that we had simulated. As I said, we put all the what ifs together. If something goes wrong and then we need to troubleshoot something which is very new, then this gets really stressful and hard. But luckily most of the time we still got out of it. But yeah, those are the most difficult times, I would say.
Thank you for sharing that, Dr. Pascua. Another question. What's the most fulfilling or most memorable moment for you in your job?
Oh, I like it when, of course, for example, you meet them after, the astronauts, and then they would say how happy or how they could remember doing your experiment that you prepared. So that's one fulfilling part. Also, when just meeting other people, other ground experts. During the pandemic, that's quite hard for us to meet all together during conferences and our tag apps, for example. But yeah, so far at this point, we do a lot of things remotely, and then we only get to travel for tests or preparations when really needed. So yeah, those are just when you meet different agencies, for example.
Wow, thank you so much po. Any words of encouragement to the young people out there?
Yeah, so you
who would
see,
love to follow your footsteps.
It doesn't really matter where you come from or what you do or what you did. As I said, you don't even have to, well, it's not good to say you don't even do. Be passionate in what you're doing. And then those things that you do, make them like a stepping stone of something bigger. And like you see, when I was studying, I kind of also interested to learn languages, and that was also an edge, for, I would say, because then it kind of prepared me as well to be immersed in other cultures. And yeah, that's I think very important. Na kahit na, well, yeah, as you say, as we said, it doesn't matter kung babae ka man or lalaki ka or whatever your preferences would be. And then kung taga saan ka galing, anong ginawa mo dati, yung ganon, you can still actually transition into something different. So you see, basically what I'm doing now is not exactly what I studied for. Well, it's part of it. At least you develop what we call the soft skills. That's very important. Na you learn how to manage something, or project management, for example, how to analyze data or improve your skills, different skills which are very useful in a lot of things. And how you, for example, your analytical skills, or yeah, basically even just coordinating something. So those are stuff that we call it the soft skills, right? And then that's very important to develop that also on your own. It's very good when you learn something on your own. You learn things by doing it. And yeah, to be independent, but as well how you could work as a team. So that's us, I think, an important, those are the important skills that you could develop yourself. And yeah, analytical thinking, things like this. And yeah, engaging with people, finding your own motivation, taking risks, for example, those are also very important. You take risks, you develop yourself, you continue developing yourself. So even now, we still do what we call further studies. So as you see now with the project that I have, it's more engaging to artificial intelligence. Then I even took also courses for that. So you go out of your way to learn something. I think that's very important. Na continue learning, and whatever path you want to take, it doesn't mean na bounded ka naman sa just science, technology, engineering, or mathematics, but I would believe that there are also some other passions out there that are also, of course, very relevant and fulfilling. And I believe as long as you have that kind of passion, then you just have to pursue it. So okay, so I hope I was able to share a lot of stuff today with our youth. And yeah, you could continue learning and find your passion.
Thank you so much po, Dr. Pasqua.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for this time, this opportunity that I'm able to share and to yeah, get to know. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you very
so
much.
much.
Natutuwa ako na magkaroon ng ganitong opportunity. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. At magandang hapon sa inyong lahat there sa Pilipinas.
Yes po. Thank you so much po. Again, it looks like we have covered all of our questions. So once again, thank you to our dear speakers for answering those questions and for the great presentation. It was a pleasure being with you all today. We will now proceed with the awarding of the Certificate of Appreciation to our guest speakers. The certificate reads, the Republic of the Philippines, Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Atmospheric, Geophysical and Astronomical Services Administration awards the Certificate of Appreciation to Ms. Mariel Eduardo, Dr. Cynthia P. Celebre, Dr. Ivy F. Solano, Dr. Jelly Grace B. Nonesa, Ms. Christine Jane Atienza, and Dr. Gwendolyn B. Pasqua for dedicating their time to share their inspirational personal experiences, journey, and contributions to Philippine astronomy during the virtual meeting entitled Recognizing Women and Girls in Philippine Astronomy. In partnership with the International Astronomical Union, Office for Astronomy Outreach, National Outreach Coordinator for the Philippines, given this 8th day of March 2022, signed by Dr. Vicente B. Malano, PAG-ASA Administrator. Once again, thank you po to all our guest speakers who shared their insightful talk and experiences with us. So the discussion is truly motivational and inspirational, not only to women, but also to everyone who joined us today. So to our participants, you can now access the link to the survey form sent in the chat box. So once again, thank you for sharing your time with us. At this junction, we will hear a closing message from the Chief of Space Science and Astronomy Section of the Research and Development and Training Division, Ms. Maria Rosario C. Ramos.
Thank you, Julie. So our resource speakers, participants, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Before we formally conclude this afternoon's event, and in honor of the International Day, I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of the speakers who took time out of their busy schedules to join us in the Office of Astronomy Outreach Women and Girls in Astronomy Program activity. Young women and girls will definitely be inspired by your shared thoughts and experiences to pursue science career in general and astronomy in particular. I know that there isn't enough time to go on in detail about your scientific journey, and I am very confident that everyone who participated in this webinar learned a lot. The goal of this activity is to honor a contribution to scientific progress while also encouraging young women and girls to seek careers in astronomy. I am optimistic that you will all continue your scientific journey and recognize how significant your contributions, scientific research, outreach program, and academic excellence are to the field of astronomy with increased gender equality in science. I'd also like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to PAG-ASA Management and RDTD, Research, Development and Training Division, for their unceasing support in all of our endeavors. This would not have been possible without dedicated work of my NOC Philippine team and the space science and astronomy personnel, who are always willing to put forth their best effort. They always ensure that everything is completed efficiently and successfully. Kudos to everyone. To our dear speakers, we hope to work with you again in other astronomy activities in the future. Good afternoon and have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Chat. We will now end our live streaming on Facebook. So thank you to everyone who tuned in until the end of our program. So we hope to see you in our future events. To wrap things up, we would like to request everyone to please turn on their cameras for our group photo. Okay, so let's wait for a second, for a minute to turn on their cameras. Wow. So let's take a group photo. 1, 2, 3, smile. Another one. One more. 1, 2, 3, smile. Yay. Thank you so much, everyone. So this concludes our virtual meeting event. Thank you all on the presentation in the chat box. Once done with the survey, you will be receiving your certificate of attendance that will be sent to your email in the coming days. On behalf of PAG-ASA and NOCPH, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we will see you next time. Stay safe. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Pasqua, Dr. Jelly, and Dr.
Thank
Ivy.
you.
Thank you po.
It had been a pleasure.
Ulitin
Thank you
po.
so much. Thank you, everyone.
Bye. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat.
Magandang umaga po, ma'am.
Salamat. Thank you, Jella and team. Thank you, Julian.
Thank you po.
Bye.
Thank you, ma'am, sa uulitin po.
Okay. God bless sa inyo. So yeah, hopefully see you sometime again.
Yes, ma'am, sana next time lab tour naman yun. Kung possible. But thank you po.
Okay, thanks a lot. Bye-bye. See you.